Well, hey, welcome. How are you? Another one of our Slant Alpha adventures getting underway. A little Slant and Lima action for you under the itinerary. So, welcome. Glad. Boy, I just can't speak. I'm gonna just start all over again. I swear to God, the mix is not running Richard Peak right now. But welcome. Thank you, friends, for joining us for another one of our Slant Alpha adventures with some Slant Lima action on tap for you this evening. It is not the Gators livery. It is the it's not even the University of Maryland livery. It's the Maryland one, which is the Maryland flag. But, of course, that does indeed represent the University of Maryland as well. And we're doing our little fantasy trip tonight. We're going from San Antonio, fresh off of the Final Four, which occurred there at the Alamo Dome in San Antonio, Texas. We're going to pretend that we're doing a little charter trip to take the Maryland Terrapins, the victorious national champion Maryland Terrapins, yeah, right, back from San Antonio up to DCA. Where there's a few problems with that fantasy. Number one, they wouldn't be taking a Southwest plane. They do charter airlines to move themselves around, but it's not normally Southwest. I don't know that Southwest does a lot of charter. They may, but they typically use a couple of different airlines that are not Southwest. I know this because I used to be in charge of the bus agency that would go and pick them up from the airport. The second thing is we're going into DCA, and they typically fly in and out of BWI. Again, ask me how I know. Third thing is they would not have a stop-off in Memphis for no reason, which we are going to do tonight for no reason. So we're combining fantasies. It's a two-hop trip from San Antonio to Memphis and then Memphis to DCA. So yeah, we're just I don't know. Because we can, because it's the PMDG 737. Well, the other thing about tonight's plan is that it's not just the PMDG 737, it's the PMDG 737 with the Boris Audio Works sound set for the PMDG 737 new generation, which I assume is the 700 and the 800. It didn't really specify, so hopefully it's both. Well, I only have the 700, but hopefully we will indeed hear a difference. I'm not a big sound buff in terms of airlines, and I don't spend a lot of time outside the plane. I spend most of my time in the cockpit, and my understanding is that the sounds in the cockpit are a little more subdued than the default, because the reality is in a cockpit of a 737-700 you don't actually hear the engines that well because you're so far forward of them. And the Boris Audio Works sound set was watching a little bit of a stream from Flight Deck 2 Sim, one of the YouTube streamers that I learned how to fly a 737 from, and he was testing this audio set and said it's very authentic to the real thing. And he said the real thing, you can hear that engine growl much more pronounced if you're sitting near the engines, and you don't really hear it that much from the cockpit. So we'll see, but it is indeed installed, and we shall see whether we notice a difference with it. We are outside of VATSIM air traffic control at the moment. We do have a tower controller at Austin, but nobody down here at San Antonio. We're going San Antonio up to Memphis. Memphis Center has been on for Memphis Tower has been on for almost 3 hours. Memphis Center, I think, was only on for like 15 minutes. Yeah, they came on 21 minutes ago. So hopefully Center will still be on for a little bit while we're making our way up into their airspace, and we'll see whether that's the case or not. Of course, there's never any guarantee, but if they've only been on for 20 minutes, you have some hope that they may still be on for a little bit. And then if we're lucky, we'll pick up some additional air traffic control either here or on the way, excuse me, or on the way between here and, excuse me, DCA. Hold on one second. But between Memphis and DCA, which would be our second stop, and I don't know whether that route goes more through Atlanta airspace or more through Indy airspace. I'm sure it stays on one side or the other of that line. Routes are generally set up so that they're efficient use of airspace. They don't cross between airspaces unless they have to. So, but we'll see when we get there. And like I said, hopefully we'll pick up some additional air traffic control. But in the meantime, we do have a Memphis Center working, and hopefully, if we cross our fingers, they'll still be on there. Since we don't have air traffic control down here at San Antonio, the real-world ATIS at San Antonio is here. It's information Juliet. 140 at 5 is the wind, 3006. and they are using 13 right, 13 left, and departing 13 right and 4. So that, given that information, I think we'll plan on 13 right. 13 left is only 5,500 feet, which is doable for a 737, but the 8,500 would make more sense. So we'll plan 13 right for our departure. Again, you always want to defer to VATSIM air traffic control and the VATSIM ATIS, because there are legitimate reasons why an airport on VATSIM might be running a different configuration than its counterpart in the real world. The traffic situations are very different between VATSIM and the real world, oftentimes. So you always want to defer to your VATSIM air traffic control and the ATIS that they are running. However, in the absence of that, it's certainly acceptable to use whatever outside source you want in order to make your decision as to what you consider the active runway to be. The only thing is you have to coordinate that use of your active runway with the other pilots that are in the vicinity of the airport using that common traffic advisory frequency. But no one dictates the active runway aside from yourself, as long as you coordinate the use of that runway with the other pilots around you. But it certainly is valid and acceptable to take into consideration what the real-world airport is running in terms of operations, and so that is what we're going to plan on for tonight, is 13 right for our departure out of SAT. All right, let's hop into the airplane. Let's go ahead and start getting it ready to go. And then, of course, the caveat is if that same air traffic control hops on and tells us something different in terms of use of the runways here, we will, of course, defer to them when that time comes, if and when that time comes. All right, we are in the aircraft. Let's go over to my flow list. One last thing I guess I will do. We do have the route plotted on SkyVector. It comes out to the east, goes right over top of Houston, and then up this way. It looks like the weather conditions are all fairly benign. Now, we got calm surface winds, 10 statute miles clear. We got 6 knot surface winds, 10 statute miles clear. 3 knot surface winds, 10 statute miles clear. So pretty tame conditions here at our departure. And then up here at Memphis, it looks like 330 at 9, 10 statute miles clear. 7 knot winds, 7 knot winds. No winds noted. 8 knot winds. So yeah, there were some gusty winds when I was checking this a little bit ago, but apparently that's all now moved off to the east, and everything's fairly tame and clear in terms of cloud cover and wind conditions all along the way. So we should have a real nice day for flying, at least here for leg number 1, and then we'll see what we get into. The wind was really, really gusty in the mid-Atlantic region today. So we'll see what we encounter when we get up closer to DCA. Some friends in the chat to say hi to before we get moving too much further. Of course, we've already kind of interacted with a few of you, but JJ is here. Kenny Monster is stopped in as well, and Iowa Scotsman is saying hello. And congrats, by the way, to our winners from our bracket challenge, with the aforementioned Florida Gators having taken the championship. The third place prize in our bracket challenge is to Rob Valkyrie, second place to Liquid Dinosaur, first to Iowa Scotsman, and all 3 of you have checked in with the prize selections, so I will get that taken care of tonight or tomorrow. For the 3 of you, congrats again. All right, into the aircraft we go. Enough dilly-dallying. Let's do some flying, guys. Got all my switches and levers in their starting positions. We are good. Let us go ahead and jump down to the FMC. We'll go to some FS actions, ground services. Wheel trocks are indeed set. We'll request some ground power and some ground air conditioning. Let's go back. Let's go to the doors. The front entry door is open. Let's open the cargo and equipment hatches. Let's go back. Let's set our payload. I always just hit random, but if we get a really weird random number, that's unusually low. So I'm going to keep hitting random. That's more like half full. That's still a little on the low side. Keep hitting random until a more reasonable number comes. Let's go a little fuller than that even. 105 now. There we go, 122. So there's a fairly full flight there. 122 seats taken out of 148, and an appropriate amount of cargo to go back with that. Let's go back. Let's go to fuel and the starting fuel load that I have calculated. And, of course, we're going to do this 2-leg trip without refueling at Memphis. So 28,000 pounds of fuel will get us over the 2 legs with alternates, reserves, and contingencies without having to do a fuel stop in Memphis. Not that you would really do that, right, because that extra weight that you're going to carry is going to cost you some extra fuel. So in reality, you typically, unless the fuel cost is very, very high in Memphis, you typically wouldn't do that. But for our purposes, we like to just to do the challenge of fuel planning for 2 legs and seeing how close we are at the end to our plan. So that's what we've done for today. That payload and fuel are set. Why did that spoiler lever just move? That's weird. Yeah, it was a fun few weeks of nail biting on that bracket challenge, Iowa Scotsman says. Thanks for doing that. Yeah, it's so much fun. So this is our 3rd year doing that. And it's been a real fun time each year. Definitely something I will continue to plan to do every time March comes around. So much fun. I enjoyed it as well. And it's funny how emotionally invested I was in that final. If Houston had won, I would have really won our bracket. And it didn't really matter. Like, it changes the prize amounts. I've explained this to those of you who weren't involved in it. I put up a bracket against you guys in our bracket challenge, and the idea is, like, I'm giving out the prizes, so I don't really have a personal stake in winning or losing, but I kind of do, because what I do is the top 3 finishers get, prizes of set amounts, but if the top 3 finishers also, whichever of the top 3 finishers also happen to beat my best bracket, the prize amount doubles. So I do end up having a stake in whether or I win or lose. But to me, like, the prize money didn't really matter. I'm happy to give out the prize money. The prize money comes out of the subscriptions and the donations and the cheer bits anyway. So it's really your money that you're getting back. So that wasn't so much a consideration to me. I really, really, really wanted the bragging rights of having kicked all your butts in the competition. So I was really pulling for Houston. I was really sad when they had that last minute collapse. But it was still fun. I enjoy it. I mean, the fact that there was such close games going down the stretch made it so much more exciting. It was it was a boring competition in that the higher seeds won almost all of the time, but it was great in terms of all the games were really, really close, and that was very exciting, very compelling watching. And Heisenberg has stopped in as well. Yeah, man, good times, good times, good times. If you didn't get in on it next year. The bracket that I put in that almost kicked everybody's butt was just basically the higher seed in every competition. So you don't have to know a lot about the sport in order to do well. That's not going to pan out like that every year, but it just goes to show that it's so unpredictable that just put a bracket in it. If it does great, great. If it doesn't do great, great. But you're not going to be any better or worse than the people who think they know what they're talking about. Anyway, sorry, enough yammering on. Let's start getting some power into this aircraft, shall we? Let's get the battery switch on and guarded. Let's get the ground power on. Emergency exit lights armed and guarded. Position lights go to steady. Logo and wheel well. We don't need the wing lights right now. Ground power we just did, and then the IRS knobs are up here. We'll go ahead and turn them to align. We'll wait a few minutes. Yeah, Iowa Scotsman, yes, expected Houston to win. They were favored, and they basically had home court advantage. Right, exactly. With the tournament having taken place in San Antonio, it was very heavily Houston skewed. And to be completely honest, I was rooting for them. So I was rooting for them for a couple of reasons. Number one, I've got a close Facebook friend who is a huge, huge Houston fan. And so just for his sake, I kind of wanted them to win. And then second of all, Houston has never won a championship. Florida, I think it was their third. So I'm always going to root for the team that hasn't had it before, just on that principle, you know. All right, so again, that would normally take 10 minutes if you were in a cold and dark aircraft, but also the other reality is that you would very rarely be taking over a cold and dark aircraft. You're normally going to be taking it over from another crew. So there's a nice balance, just a 30-second alignment cycle there. Kind of balances the competing realities. So we got the IRS knobs over to navigation, and we've got the yaw damper turned on. And we'll go ahead and we are going to just assume that we are cleared as filed because there's no air traffic control on to tell us otherwise. So we'll just go ahead and say that we're good to go. We can set our comm radios. That's down here. We're going to be, what's the CTAF for San Antonio? $19.8. So that's the frequency that will be on to announce our movement around the airport is 19.800, and then 22.8 is what we will monitor when we are airborne, kind of like an en route advisories frequency. And then over here we'll monitor 21.5, which is the guard frequency. And that way, if Houston Center comes on, they can do the traditional thing, which is to send us that text private message, contact me, or they could come up on the guard frequency and, you know, ask us to pop over there. So now we're transmitting and receiving on COM 1 and COM 2, and we are, I'm sorry, we're transmitting on COM 1, receiving on COM 1 and COM 2. So we're monitoring that guard frequency in case the center controller comes on and wants to try and raise us. And then once we get airborne, we'll switch over to we'll switch from the local advisories at the airport to the en route advisories. Okay, the altimeter, which we got from the ATIS, we got from the D-ATIS over here, is 3006. So we'll go ahead and get that set. 3006. The origin elevation 809 feet, and it looks like it's just barely 780 to almost 800 feet, so we're good there. Let's go ahead and get our route programmed into the FMC, so we'll go over here. We'll initialize our position. We'll go to the next page. We'll a little bit of a discrepancy there. We'll just grab the first one and go back to the previous page and put it in there. And then we'll go over to the route. The origin is KSAT, KSAT. We're going to KMEM, KMEM. On the departure side, we're going to do the Snyder 1 to Blooms off of 13 right. We'll put that into the route. Go to the next page, Snyder 1 to Blooms, and then it's IAH. And then it's the J29 route. To ELD, El Dorado, maybe. I don't remember for sure what that's called, but ELD. And then the Orbx 4 into Memphis. And then can we get, maybe let's get a preview of what arrival they're running at Memphis. May or may not still be the case when we get up there. Oh, they just took down the ATIS information. I wonder, oh, nope, it's back up. 3-6 left and 3-6 right. And since we're coming from the west, we can almost kind of guess that we're going to get 3-6 left, although that's not a guarantee. But it's a reasonable enough guess for now, and if we have to change later, we can certainly do that. But we'll plan on an approach to 3-6 left for the moment, and then we'll adjust that plan later on as needed. So let's go to departures and arrivals. Memphis arrivals. We do know we're going to be flying the Orbx 4 off of ELD and the ILS 36 left. We don't know if we need that transition from Watson. Let's just kind of take a peek here. What does the arrivals are down here? Orbx 4. Does the Orbx 4 end at a point called Watson, maybe? You know, that's kind of a tip-off that that's a good transition to pull in. So if we're landing 3-6, we're actually going to go from this point row cab. Well, let's take a look and see what the ILS 36 left looks like. So Watson is just a longer straight-in fix, but we'll just go ahead and include it just because it's always good to have extra points and delete them if you don't need them versus having to add them in later. Always easier to have extra points to delete them than it is to try and add them on the fly. So we'll go ahead and add in that point Watson. Weston, maybe. Go ahead and put that in the route and activate and execute. Performance initialization, the zero fuel weight will auto-populate in. I had cost index will go 74 because why not? Highest flight level we can attain is 370, which is good because that's what I filed. And reserves, what did I calculate? 7.2. That is for an alternate at Nashville. And one limit, if I was a real airline captain, I would be duty bound to performance, run the performance numbers, and if I was able to safely reduce thrust for takeoff or for climb out without compromising safety, I would be duty bound to do that to save fuel and to save wear and tear on the engines. Since I am not a real pilot, this is not a real plane, and I'm not concerned with wear and tear or fuel, I'm going to just skip that. Flaps will be 5. There's our V speeds. 141 is our V2. Center of gravity will auto-populate, and trim is almost 7. So when we get to that point, we'll dial in almost 7. 141 is our V2, so 161 gets dialed in as our initial speed. 161. Let's see, the departure off 13 right has us flying 128 and then awaiting vectors to this point work it. So 128 will be our initial heading. And then we'll turn when ATC tells us to, or we'll tell ourselves we can if there's nobody on to tell us otherwise. We're going to level off at 5,000. We're not going to climb past 5,000 until our departure controller tells us it's okay to do that, or we'll tell ourselves it's okay to do that if there's no departure. But level altitude, top altitude 5,000. Don't exceed that until you're told you can. Auto throttle, flight director. We're going to start in DNAV, but we are going to start with heading select, not with on a navigation to that first point. Okay. Initial airspeed, heading, altitude, auto throttle, flight directors, and modes. Yes, all done. Let's go traffic, data. And what range do we want? Yeah, we want a range where we can kind of see which way we need to go to get to that point working. Auto brake can go to RTO. One thing we can do down here is on the legs page, we can skip to the end. And we'll paste 3/6 left into the fixed page, and I'm going to put a 4-mile and a 10-mile ring around that. That'll make it easier to see the destination, but also as you cross the 10-mile ring, and that's when you need to start configuring for your arrival if you haven't already. By the time you get to that 4-mile ring, that's when you need to be fully configured for arrival if you're not already. So that's now done. Alright, and then last but not least, that assigned transponder code that we got from the auto ATC message was 6766. I'm going to set the small numbers first, just because once you're dealing with 6s and 7s, I don't want to automatically squawk a code. I shouldn't. So there we go, 6766, and we'll just put it into transponder mode, and then we'll put it into TARA once we're short of the runway. Alright. We good? Yeah, we want to be pushing here in about 3 minutes. So we're going to be a little bit late, but we're almost there. Let's go back to the menu and FS actions and the doors, and let's go ahead and close. Close, close, and close. Let's go back. Let's do ground services. Let's throw off the wheel trocks, and that's going to throw off the lines. Uh-oh. Did I not start the... Oh, you know what? I didn't start the APU. Silly me. Okay. All right, left inner fuel pump on. Let's get the APU on and started. Very arbitrary. Been a while. Yeah, obviously been a while since I've run this airplane, since I just now pulled the wheel chocks without having the parking brake set and without having my APU up and running. But I'm good otherwise. So, okay, the APU's temperature's on the way up. Should be on the way coming back down. As soon as the APU gens are available, we'll get those up and running. Alright, there we go. Hey, look, we got power back. And then let's go ahead and get the APU bleed on as well. And packs to auto. And there we go. So we threw off the AC and the electricity. And so now we're providing our own air conditioning and our own electricity. But now I probably need to go into the FMC and just make sure. Yeah, let's clear the message. Back to the legs page. Everything is still fine here. Let's go into the initialize. All the data is still the same. This is all good. Yeah, everything's still in here, so we're all right. Let's just go back to the legs page for now. Looks like, yeah, we did kick off our auto throttle and then our pre-armed modes. Oh yeah, look, all of our numbers in the mode control panel got reset. So 161, 128 was the runway heading. The initial altitude was 5,000. Auto throttle. Let's cycle the flight directors just to be sure. And then we're going to start in heading select and VNAV. Okay, so all that seems to be put back the way we had it. Auto brake is still in RTO, so I think we're okay. I think we've recovered. Hey, Boris! I mean, Slants is Hype Kingfish. Yeah, we've got the Boris audio sound pack installed. Don't really have a good sense of whether it's changed much or not, but we'll hear, I guess, once we get rolling. Alright, so we've disconnected. Yeah, packs are on, bleeds on, ISO valve open. Ground power AC wheel chocks are undone. Let's just do a quick briefing to the passengers. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Southwest Airlines Flight 514 with service to Memphis. We expect to be pushing back from the gates here just about a couple of minutes, anticipating a wheels up time of quarter till the hour. Flight time once we get airborne is 1 hour 34 minutes. We'll be cruising at 37,000 feet for you. Destination and origin weather all looks fairly tame. Very calm surface winds and clear skies for the most part, all the way from here up to Memphis. So we are anticipating that it'll be a great day for flying, and we're so glad that you've joined us for it. Thanks again for joining us for Southwest Flight's 514 service to Memphis. We'll be underway soon. Alright, anti-collision. Light goes on, wheel well light goes off. Eastbound flight, so we'll set the igniters that way. Got the resubscription from Jeffrey B. Thank you so much. 56-month resubscription, 4 months shy of 5 years. Thank you for the continued support. We were just talking about the bracket challenge that we just wrapped up, and of course we appreciate the support of all of you that continue to subscribe and donate and activate your cheer bits and help us fund all those fun giveaways that we do on the channel. So thank you so kindly for that continued support there, Jeffrey B. Good to see you. Fuel pumps are on. Let's get the electric hydraulic pumps on. Let's go ahead and get our pushback set up. Nope, stop. Let's let's pre-plan a pushback. We're just going to push straight back from this. We're all the way kind of at the base. Oh yeah, we might not even be able to push straight. We need to push maybe to here. So in between the service roads. So yeah, so we'll push right to there. Enter. Let's request our pushback. And down we go. Of course, they're going to drive right through the jetway to get there. The jetway's in kind of a weird spot. I had to slew the plane back a little bit because the jetway was coming right through the cockpit there. Anyway, so while they hook up, we are good to go. And we still don't have any air traffic control here, so it's on us to decide when to push. And since there didn't seem to be anybody else in this alley area, I think we're good to go. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and just go. Alright, so we shall release the parking brake, release the hold. We'll jump up to the right-hand side, get the pack off, and ground start on. About 20 to 25% in the N2. We'll go ahead and pull the fuel in. There it goes. This is where we might start to hear a difference with the sound pack. Nice. That's a nice rumble there. I can't really tell how different it is, but I don't know. It feels like it might be different. I don't have it up very loud in my headset, but it feels like it might be different. I think we got some new sounds. Yeah, that definitely sounded like a different starter switch click. So that's now done. Parking brake can be reset. We're done with that. Let's go ahead up top. Put the left-hand pack on. I'm sorry, right-hand pack on, left-hand pack off. We'll start that. We can also do the right-hand generator while we're here. And then back down we go. Once we get 20% into the N2, we'll go ahead and pull the fuel in. There she blows. Yeah, it sounds like there might be kind of a different rumble to them. Alright, we're going to watch it. It's finished stabilizing. 26.2 has stopped in. Alright. Pack on. Gen on. APU bleed off. ISO valve off. APU off. Engine. Oh, do I have the engine bleeds on? Engine bleeds are... Yeah, engine bleeds are on. APU bleeds off, ISO valve, APU off. Okay. Flight controls are all checked. Flaps to 5. Takeoff trim was almost 7. And then probe heat. Windshield heat. Why didn't I have that on? Did I just miss that step? Oh, and the yaw damper must have kicked off when I lost power. The knobs are still on the line. Okay. Alright, check recall. We're good. Parking brake, yeah, sometimes you have to come back into the pushback to release the parking brake. This aircraft, I'm not sure why. And then with the brakes held, run the engines up. And we don't hear any bonk bonk sounds, so we'll assume that means we are good to go. Alright, 1-3 right. We're going to taxi out via straight out the ramp to Golf 2 and then all the way down Golf. Alright, and we're still on the CTAF of 119.8. Okay. We are good. Where are we? San Antonio. San Antonio traffic, Southwest 514 is taxiing out to runway 13 right via Gulf. San Antonio. Ooh, we definitely can hear those engine sounds. Those are definitely different. Ooh, nice little whoosh of air there. That's cool. Coming out here. And then there's an X mark there. So I don't know what I just taxied over, but I guess I'm going out to taxiway Golf. I can definitely hear some different sounds in terms of the wheels rolling. Yeah, it's subtle. It's subtle so far, but there's definitely some improvement here. This is really neat. I don't know if I really did a thorough brake check, but the brakes are good. We can go ahead and get weather radar on. We'll get terrain radar on. We can get the transponder to TA and RA. Guess I can do oops, no. Stop! That's not what I'm trying to do. Come on. Taxi light on. Thank you. And minimum departure fuel for this leg, 14.4, which we've got enough fuel to get us to DCA, so I'm sure we got plenty at 27.9. Yeah, we're way good on fuel. Comm radios are indeed set. We're on the CTAF with the departure on standby. We can go ahead and get our cabin crew alerted. Oh, I can hear that a little better. In the default PMDG, I felt like I couldn't hear that cabin crew alert sound very well. So maybe now that's improved. Or it could be my imagination. The taxi out sounds are definitely different. Like the way the wheels are thumping over the pavement, that's definitely a new sound. Alright, taxi light off while we are awaiting our takeoff clearance. However, we are going to provide that takeoff clearance to ourselves. I'm now going to go ahead and get the flashing lights on, continuous ignition on, and all the forward-facing lights on. San Antonio traffic, Southwest 514 is departing runway 13 right, IFR eastbound, San Antonio. Alright, now when I hit Toga with my throttles advanced and then I reduce the throttles back to their idle position, it tends to mess things up. So I'm not going to spool the engines up to 40%, but we'll just pretend that we've done that and that everything is good. No warning indications, no vibrations. No traffic on the runway, we're approaching it. No ATC on in this area, not at the moment. Got ATC up in Memphis, hopefully they'll still be there. Alright, runway heading is confirmed. Lined up, all systems are go. Takeoff power coming at you. You get some
No time to
forward pressure coming on the yoke.
panic.
Ooh, listen to that. Turn that sound up, guys.
Airspeed alive. $80.
Cross check. Forward pressure back. Oh yeah, released on the yoke.
V1. Rotate.
Yes, sir.
V2.
Thank you.
Positive rate.
You're cut up. Pitch for the 161. A little bit above that. That's all right. Go ahead and let the autopilot have it. Switch over to the departure. Flaps are going to start coming up. Departure's going to go ahead and clear us up to about, I don't know, 15,000, 18,000, something like that. Flaps will keep coming up. We'll get directed to that point, work it. Flaps are in. Let's go ahead and get directed to work it. And execute and LNAV. San Antonio traffic, Southwest 514 now clear, runway 13 right, and proceeding IFR eastbound, last call San Antonio. Okay. On en route advisories, which we will simply just monitor. There we are, climbing out from San Antonio. School or college down here, nice. Airport back here. Alright, post-departure, continuous ignition can come off. Gear handle centered, or RTO cancel. Alright, let's go ahead and say we switched over to our departure controller, I'm sorry, from departure to center. Center is now clearing us up to some intermediate cruise of 23,000. Flight level 230 properly said. We can increase the map range a little bit here. That's good. Alright, post takeoff, continuous ignition, flaps in, gears up, confirmed. Gear handles neutralized, auto brake was disarmed. Alright, coming through 10,000, we're going to do a cabin pressure check. Yep, differential pressure's okay, cabin altitude's not yet climbing. Oh, you know what? I never even set my cruise altitude. And landing altitude. Man, I skipped a couple steps. Haven't flown this aircraft in a while. I know that's always my excuse. Okay, cabin altitude is starting to climb now, so hopefully that'll equalize. Yeah, same checklist where I forgot the window heat is where that pressurization was. Okay, well that's why you check. That's why you check pressurization. The other thing you can do at 10 is you can get the forward-facing lights all off. So we can do that. And let's go ahead and say that we've checked in with our center controller. Center controller is now clearing us up to our highest cruise, which is flight level 370. I got airborne more or less on time. All right, there we go. $26.2 says, you're flying out of Texas. I finally got that song out of my head. As soon as you said San Antonio, deep in the heart of Texas, it was back in my head. You're welcome. I love this call sign. I wonder if this is modeled after a real military squadron of some kind, but Catch 2-2. I love it. Yeah, Mayday Mac is here. Try not to bust the P-56 or have to make a new counter of P-56 busts with your reaction. Yeah, right. Yeah, we are going to do Memphis. Yeah, San Antonio to Memphis and then Memphis to DCA. I don't know what the preferred direction is going to be here. I guess looks like folks are landing and departing southbound, but that may or may not be because that's what the real world is doing there or what the weather favors. People just prefer that river visual no matter what, so sometimes you get it even when you shouldn't be. We did check the San Antonio ATIS real world. Let's see if we can get the Washington Reagan one real world. Just again, not that that was what we're going to be bound by, but let's see. Yeah, real world, they're doing northbound flow. 330 at 13 knots. So if that holds up, we'll be landing northbound up there. Mayday says that's what they are doing in real life. Nope, that's not what this says. But who knows? We can go to the standard altimeter setting, 3006 now to 2992. Climbing through 18, time for another pressure check. Okay, cabin altitude is now starting to climb. Differential pressure still within reasonable limits, and cabin altitude climbing at a normal level, so we're good there. I mean, if we really want to know what's the real world doing at DCA, let's look. Yeah, they're definitely landing on runway 1 right now. So, I don't have the sound up very loud in my headset, but it definitely does have a very different sound than it did with the default. A much more pronounced growl from outside, which I love. Inside the plane, it's not as pronounced, but definitely does sound different. Uh-oh, Heisenberg says, I've given up on Flight Sim 2024 for now. The pop-out manager still doesn't work on the 172, so I can't train with the GNS 530 or with the 430. Sucks, but that's where I am now. Maybe after Sim Update 2, I'll try it again. I have not even... I was one of the first ones to pre-order that sucker. But when it was officially released, I remember it was during the middle of the week, and I was like, well, this weekend I'll maybe tinker with it. But in those intervening 3 or 4 days, everyone was complaining about how buggy it was. And I've still heard not enough people say that it's nice and stable and everything's working great. So that receipt has literally been sitting in my inbox for November to December to January to February to March to April. That receipt has literally been in my inbox for 5 months now. Untouched. Getting a nice gentle climb here. I mean, climb performance is still plenty, 1,500 feet a minute. But it just kind of seems like a nice, leisurely stroll up to our cruise level of 370. For 260, we can just maybe pop up here, do another cruise check. Yep, cabin altitude now coming up on 4,000. Still climbing at a very reasonable level. Differential pressure starting to get up near the top, and it's not, I mean, it's designed to flex all the way up to the maximum. So that's not a worrisome value. The only thing I worry about is the cabin altitude is only going to climb at like 500, 400 to 500 feet per minute. And because I didn't have it set properly from the outset, like it might have fallen behind. And I'm concerned now that it's not going to, the cabin altitude is not going to climb quickly enough to keep that differential pressure down. So I wonder if we're going to have to slow our climb to let the cabin pressurization catch up from where I started it late. We'll see. We'll have to kind of keep an eye on that, although I do think I need to duck out of the cockpit for a little liquid recycling as well. There's all kinds of stuff I didn't do. So fasten seatbelt lights I just never got on. And then this is when we alerted the cabin crew prior to departure. They would have checked back in and said, yep, cabin's secure, we're ready for departure, and I want to flip that on. And then climbing through 10 is when I would have flipped that off to let them know they can start they can, two things. They can let you guys know that you can use your small electronics, and also they can start beverage and snack service. But then we'll get the seatbelt lights off once we get all the way up the cruise. So, okay, yeah, I'm rusty in this plane, which is the excuse I always use when I fly it, and skipped a handful of procedural things. So, oh well. Oy vey. Yeah, see, now that we're hitting a point where the indicated airspeed is dropping and the Mach speed is increasing, like our climb performance was actually increasing there for a little bit too. Still got 7,000 feet to go, and we're at Mach 0.8. The trim wheel sounds the same. There's a handful of little buttons and switches and clicks and stuff that have definitely sounded different. That trim wheel, I think, sounds pretty much the same. So either it's not a new sound, or the sound that PMDG had by default was pretty close. I think the PMDG sounds are pretty good, but this sound pack, this Boris audio sound pack that we've installed for the PMDG 737, and this is the 700 series, but it definitely has enhanced the experience a little bit for me. Again, I'm not a big super duper like sound nerd when it comes to these aircraft. I'm much more concerned about the procedure and the systems working as they should. But I'll tell you what, a good set of sounds does add to that experience. The immersion, as they say. Alright, 32. We still got 5,000 feet to go. One more check of the pressure just because we're curious. So yeah, see that differential pressure is right up near the max now. Cabin altitude still climbing at just about 500 feet per minute. Currently it's sitting at 6,000. So we just need to maybe kind of keep an eye. I think it's going to be fine. It's, like I said, it's designed to go up near the maximum differential pressure every time. So this is not too truly concerning. But like I said, I'm just keeping an eye on it because I know I did start that pressurization process late. Memphis Center has gone offline, indeed. Well, that's a shame. We'll keep our fingers crossed that other VATSIM air traffic control services will be here. Now, we do have, this is what's called VAT glasses. This is a visualization on what airspace changes depending on how high you are. I thought there was a checkbox a minute ago for you to enable or disable that. I don't know. Does it change anything down here? Yeah, so it does, whichever altitude you're at, it does change which of these airspaces are applicable. And so that's what the VAT glasses tool is meant to accomplish. It almost makes me want to like double check that I'm not like just I didn't stupidly leave it in heading mode here. You know what I mean? It's like we're straight off to the east with our airport being way up here. Like, did I just leave it in heading mode? And the answer is no. I mean, this is the route that we've got. This is a standard routing to Memphis from San Antonio, and I guess that's the world low. What's the high look like? I guess all the airways in here kind of go north and south. I don't know what it is about traffic in this area that it tends to go north and south, and they don't have a lot of like northeastbound airways. But yeah, this is a realistic route for this flight. So why it is like that, there's a reason. I just don't know the reason. What is that, like the second or third time that we said that? Red Warhawks is here. How are you, sir? Alright, 35-2. We've got 1,700 to go. I'm going to go ahead and get the fasten seatbelt signs off early. A, so I don't forget. B, because it's a nice, calm, clear, non-violent day to be in the skies. So Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We are almost at our cruise altitude of 37,000 feet, and we've gone ahead and turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. It does seem to be a nice smooth day, a nice clear day, great day for flying. Glad that you have joined us for it. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Texas chili, so do sit back, relax, and enjoy, and we'll give you an update on the weather situation in Memphis once we start our descent. Thanks again for flying with us on Southwest Flight 514 service to Memphis. Yeah, those basketball players don't use seatbelts anyway. This is Papa Charlie. It's a charter flight. We don't have to follow rules. I know. Like I said, we're very much mixing the metaphor tonight. Is it a charter flight or is it a commercial service? If it was a charter flight, we'd be going direct. We wouldn't be stopping at Memphis for no reason. But oh well. It all is a fantasy anyway, because Maryland sure as heck did not win the national championship. They do not need to ride back to the Washington area from San Antonio. And by the way, as I said, yeah, the only thing strapped in is the trophy, right? Indeed. And by the way, like I said, I happen to know for certain, because I've used to take them to and from the airport, that they use BWI to get to and from the campus, not DCA anyway, typically. Not 100% of the time, but 90% of the time. Alright, so we're getting ready to level off at 37. We've already done the seat belts. Let's do one final pressure check. Yeah, it looks like we're camped right about 7,500. Cabin altitude starting to level out. Differential pressures right up near the maximum as it should be, and we are leveling out and not going any higher, so there shouldn't be any issue. We should notice that cabin pressure level out, and it looks like it's starting to. You hear the engines wind back just a little bit. Nice sounds again. It's a subtle difference, and I'm not a big, I'm not a big purist when it comes to the sounds of these things. But man, it is a very noticeable difference in terms of the sounds of this aircraft. And then let's do a real quick check of the fuel. Yeah, we're pretty well balanced left to right, and most of the fuel coming out of the center right now anyway. Alright, we made it up to cruise. We already gave our announcements. Kind of ticked the map range up a little bit. And I don't want it that cluttered, so we'll knock it down just a bit. Alright, yeah, we're basically flying over top of Houston right now, and we're going to be turning. Yeah, we've already kind of turned to the north and east. And while we've got a calm moment, no other traffic really in the area. I think we got somebody well below us down here, well behind us. We got one that's just climbed out of Houston. Yeah, he's still at 100 feet right there. So, yeah, no other traffic in the area at the moment, and no air traffic control services. I'm going to go ahead and duck out for a little bit of a liquid recycling break, and get one for the furry co-pilots as well. But we'll be back with you. Lots of flying left to do as we make our way up to Memphis and then on to DCA. So enjoy, guys. We'll be back with you in just a bit, and thanks for your patience. Thanks again for flying with us. A Slant Lima adventure here on the Slant Alpha Adventures channel. We'll be back. No, I'm not. I'm just catching my breath. Welcome back. I always thought that sound comes through a little quiet. Let me see if I can fix that. Sound files. Panic. Edit. Let's make it more louder.
Sheriff, this is no time to panic. This is the perfect time to panic.
There we go. That works better. All right, friends. Welcome back. Thank you for your patience. I realized after I got back to the chair just now that I did not leave any music on for you. However, maybe it was appropriate. The music of the engines was what everyone wants to listen to. Anyway, it is the Boris audio pack for the 737 for PMDG and the Microsoft Flight Sim 2020. I guess it's 2020 and 24. I don't know. Is it for both? Oh wow, we've got didn't know this. Hold on. COM3 on the upper overhead. You can turn the mask boom if we want passenger chatter. COM3 on the upper overhead. Well, hold on. I don't have, like... Can we even get through that door if we don't open it? No, we can. Okay, but I'm not really hearing a lot of passenger chatter here. I think maybe we forgot to let them board. Oh well. Okay, so here's what it is. On the upper overhead, we've got this altitude or normal that lets you choose between the two types of hydraulic pump sounds. Only effective when passenger station weight is greater than 0. Okay, well I did that through PMDG, so I don't know. I mean, I guess emergency lights are armed. Well, I think they are. And you open the windows mid-flight, I wouldn't recommend it. Cali Games, welcome back. Let's go up to that panel again. Mask boom is on. I don't really know one hydraulic pump from another, so I guess it doesn't matter. Mask boom is on. Emergency lights are armed. And I guess I set the passenger load to whatever I did. We go into menu and FS actions. I mean, we got 122 people on board. So I don't know. I'm not hearing passenger chatter, but I may be doing something wrong. How else would you spit on the less fortunate below? Why would we do that? We're on a Southwest flight. We're not rich. Yeah, they've all passed out because they were celebrating too hard about the national championship. Yeah, maybe. So Cowie says, in the DC Designs Concorde, the windows can be open mid-flight. Okay, but is there a consequence for that other than just a rush of air? Because I feel like, as Egon Spengler would say, that would be bad. It would be a total protonic reversal. The consequences, Cowie, is that I spit on the less fortunate below that can't surpass flight level 500. Well, then that would be me, right? That's me you're spitting on, so. Requires a great deal of accuracy, however. We would be the less fortunate. We are in our Southwest 737 with eyebrow windows. I know, half of you just screamed and disconnected in horror. I get it. It's fine. I'll suffer the consequence. I'm sure there's a handful of other cockpit configuration options that you all have already been huffing about. I can't believe he's got that engaged. It's a Southwest flight. Doesn't he know? I get it, guys. I get it. Yeah, Cowie says it's got the turning radius of a medium-sized city. It's not really known for its accuracy. That's a fair point. Plus, if that spit droplet hits me going Mach 2.5, it'd probably take a wing off. We'd hear a little crack. We'll be like, what was that? I think it was a supersonic spit loogie that just passed us. Tiny little sonic boom. Yeah, make sure to turn on the anti-ice. Indeed. Oh, goodness, goodness. Well, friends, since we've got a moment, if you're new to the stream, we typically broadcast for you Tuesday nights and Friday nights starting at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time, at least during Daylight Savings. Welcome to it. It's called Slant Alpha Adventures, but we've kind of branched out in recent times. We're doing a little bit more flying that doesn't involve radio-based analog-style navigation. That's what Slant Alpha stands for, by the way, and the old-school FAA term means that you're only navigating with the VOR radials and distance measuring equipment, so analog navigation gauges. Doing a little bit more flying in the Just Flight BAE 146 with the UNS-1 flight management system, a much more rudimentary flight management system than what we have in this aircraft. This, of course, is the 737-700 series, basically the most modern generation of flight management systems that are available out there. For, I mean, you know, loosely speaking, that's what we're looking at. Go over to the progress page over here just to have something to look at. Why not? Can't really get that from there. Let's go to FMC and progress page. Oh, if I lost the wing, I'd definitely be winging it. I think you missed the A there. But yeah, 26.2. He'll be here all week. So Tuesdays and Fridays, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. And even though we call the channel Slant Alpha Adventures, we definitely have branched it out into flying with more modern navigation systems for a fair amount. We still do fly that old A2A Simulations Piper Comanche. We have that set up without any kind of GPS system in it. And the same thing when we fly our PMDG DC-6. We have the cockpit arranged where there is no kind of GPS. And all the navigation we do in both of those aircraft is that old school radio-based navigation. And of course in the Piper, oftentimes we're doing VFR navigation. So we're looking out the window and following a highway or a lake, or we're navigating from airport to airport, or we're following a certain mountain ridge or other terrain pattern. So yeah, we still do a fair amount of old school navigation, but we have started flying a little bit more often in modern aircraft as well. So welcome to it. If you're new to it, we certainly welcome you here. We have 2 ongoing monthly raffles on this channel. Well, they're both bi-monthly, but we alternate them, so we've got one raffle drawing every month on this channel. The odd-numbered months, January, March, May, etc., we do what we call our Alphabets Points raffle. That's the raffle that you enter with the Twitch channel points, aka the Alphabets Points. Those are right there at the bottom of the chat panel. We've got the Alphabet serial icon right there representing those channel points. You got a button next to that icon that tells you how many of those points you have. If you press that, you'll get an option to redeem those. And if you put in 2,000 of those, that's one entry into our monthly raffle. Why is it 2,000? That seems like a lot, you might be saying. Well, I'll tell you about the prizes in a minute. We've got some pretty nice prizes for these raffles. A little bit better prizes on this stream than you find on some streams. I'll tell you about those prizes in a minute, because they also apply to our even-numbered months raffle, and I'll tell you about that in just a sec. But anyway, 2,000 points for an entry into that raffle. If you save up and do 10,000 at once, you would think that would be worth 5, but we will give you a bonus entry. So 2,000 for 1, 10,000 for 6. 6 is the price of 5. That's how you enter the Alphabets raffle. And again, those drawings occur toward the end of the odd-numbered months. Toward the end of the even-numbered months, we do the drawing that is called our landing rate raffle. And that, excuse me, that's the one that you get an opportunity to enter every time we perform a landing on this stream. When we get established on the approach or in the pattern, we will... Oh, I guess that reminds me, I need to turn on that little widget that displays the stats for those. Otherwise, we might not get an entry in today. Now that's taken care of. Okay. But anyway, when we get established on the approach or in the pattern at our destination, anytime we're about to perform a landing, we'll get your predictions as to the feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch the runway surface, and whoever is closest to the actual will get an automatic entry into our landing rate raffle, and that drawing we do toward the end of the even-numbered months, so February, April, June, and so forth. Next one of those will be on Tuesday, the 29th of April. That'll be the Tuesday right after Cross the Pond. We'll do some air traffic control that night, and then we will pull our landing rate winner probably toward the beginning, or really at any point during that evening where we've got a little bit of a slow traffic situation. We said a moment ago that the prizes are pretty nice, and they are. You get your choice if you happen to be the one drawn out of either of those raffles at the end of the landing rate raffle at the end of April, or the next Alphabets raffle at the end of May. Some pretty nice prizes are available to you. You get your choice of any item off of the Slant Alpha prize vault list. That includes any of our branded merch items, our t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag. If you don't want any of that, you can opt instead for an electronic gift card to either Amazon or xplane.org store or simmarket.com. $25 In the case of an Amazon or X plane, 25 pounds in the case of sim market. But any one of these items is all yours if you happen to be the name drawn out of that raffle, and that's why we say it's a pretty nice prize. So, you know, so 2,000 Twitch channel points gets you an opportunity to win something that's got actually some decent value to it. I do my best. You know, we've never. This isn't something I do for a living. This stream is not lucrative enough to pay my bills, so I'm fortunate enough that I have a pretty decent paying day job that does that for me. So this is just a hobby, just for fun. Ooh, Memphis Center is back on, it looks like. So this is just a hobby, just for fun. And so the money that comes into the stream, I try and give back to you whenever I can. Let's take a peek and see if we can figure out at what point are we crossing into Memphis Center. So we cross this point. Okay, so I was correct. El Dorado is the name of that one. There's a fix right on the border here called D-Heart. It's not on our route, but we can still use it as a means to approximate this border. And we can play with Sky Vector here. If we put a point here and we put a point here, we can kind of see what magnetic direction this line goes. So it goes to the 312. So if I put a point that goes 312 and then whatever the reciprocal of 312 is from D-Heart, you know, that'll kind of approximate that boundary. And then we'll call them, I mean, really honestly, this is easy because we'll call them 18 miles after El Dorado. Well, we'll call them when we're coming up on El Dorado. But just to show you the neat things you can do with the, oh my gosh, Papa Charlie, yeah, we wound up, we screwed ourselves over. Just to show you the neat things you can do with navigation. So let's use this point D-Heart and a 312 line off of that to put something on the nav display to remind us that we need to check in with Memphis Center here coming up. I mean, there's that point El Dorado 40 miles away, so we're going to check in with them really, really soon. But let's just show you how we would do this. We've already got runway 36 left set up as our first fix, and again, we may have to change that arrival plan depending on whether the wind direction has changed or whether they've got something else in mind for it. But let's just put D-Heart in. It already knows where that is. We're going to put a line coming off of it in a 312 direction there. And then we're going to put a line coming off of it. What's the opposite of 312? 31. Was it 132? There. So now we got a line going through D-Heart on a 312 and 132. And this now approximates that boundary right there that comes into Memphis Center. Now, as I said, we're going to call them when we get to El Dorado anyway. But that's a way you can use as a, you know, when you're going from unstaffed airspace into staffed airspace on VATSIM, you can kind of use that as a guideline to show you approximately where that boundary is. And then you want to typically call that air traffic controller prior to entering that airspace. So let's go ahead and call up Memphis Center coming up here in a minute. 132.55, huh? All right, so 132.55. Good Fixins is here. How are you? Alright. All of them here is just as we get close to El Dorado. Let's see if we have... Yeah, we do have an ATIS at Memphis. They are still landings. Visual approaches 36 left and right. And since we're coming from the west, this is not a given. This is not 100% reliable, but it's just a guess. You know, every airspace kind of has its own little unique instances. But considering we're coming in from the west, and consider we'll be opposite traffic coming in from the east, it kind of makes it stands to reason that traffic coming in from the west would be funneled onto 36 left, and traffic coming in from the east would be coming in on 36 right, so they don't have to cross each other. However, there are instances where that doesn't hold up, And sometimes on VATSIM, it's just the case that like event traffic is all coming from this direction, and non-event traffic, might be coming from this direction. Meant to put a % sign over there. So if more traffic is coming in from this direction than this direction, well, they might have to send some of these guys across onto the other runway just to balance the load. So you never really know for sure until the approach controller tells you what runway to expect. But generally speaking, if you got a multiple arrival runways, you can take an educated guess of which one you're going to get based on the direction that you're coming from sometimes. Doesn't always hold up, but at least it gives you an educated guess. So we've put in the ILS 36 left is what we're going to fly. It may or may not hold up, but we'll check in with them here in just a few minutes and we'll see what they say.
runway 27, close takeoff. When 320 at 10, flight remaining.
Yeah, we can now check that ATIS right through the pilot client. Of course, we could check that ATIS right through the pilot client anyway.
278.
You can always type it if you aren't in range to click it. You can still do .ATIS KMEM_ATIS, and it does the same thing. Information Alpha 36 left, 36 right, 3014. All right, well, I'm going to real quick set the 3014 here.
Memphis, meter 3014,
Just to have that ready to go.
Signature 278, descend via the barbecue 3, arrival. Memphis is landing north, altimeter 3014.
And yeah, nothing other.
Descend via...
Is there a preference for ILS approaches over RNAV approaches if both are available? Typically, yes. I mean, the exception is when there are extremely unusual airspaces. Albuquerque, for example, has a lot of terrain near it, so the better approach for their efficiency's sake is that... I'm calling you in a second. The better approach for efficiency's sake is the RNAV approach that kind of has that curved path that avoids all that terrain. So it's a case-by-case, Papa Charlie. I would say that is often true, and on VATSIM it is even more often true just because more pilots are familiar with how to fly them. Memphis Center Southwest 514 is over top El Dorado, 370.
Southwest 514, Memphis Center, good evening. Position altitude, report your radar contact.
There we go.
FedEx 7335, altitude.
All right, our
7335, passing.
arrival procedure is
FedEx 7335, thank you for radar contact.
the
Maintain flight level 250.
Orbx 4
Maintain 250.
and if we get a descending the Orbx 4, Otis at or above 16, Orbx
73
below 210, and ROCAB at 10, again, assuming that we are landing north. Let's just double check that those points are in here correctly, so we'll go to legs page, 290 at 16, Orbx below 210, ROCAB at 10, 230, yeah, 230 knots is true there. And then 054 straight on from ROCAB. If we are going to end up on the 36 left, let's come down here and start punching in some of the key information.
Gulf 957 to maintain flight level 330.
1089
Identify level 330, Delta 957.
and 360 is the course. Okay, that's already dialed in. If we were to go missed 1,000 and then left 5,000.
ILS 36 left free.
Expecting ILS
GQE 121, but we're going to be taking it north and westbound, so more in a 301 direction. So 113.0 and 301 is the mist if we need that. 113.0. And 301. And 5,000 if we need that. Let's just make sure that that is correct. 1,000, then climbing left to 5 to Kaylee. Let's make sure that's in the FMC. You know, again, this is all assuming 36 left is what we end up getting. If that changes, we'll just have to go through this briefing again with our correct approach. 36 left, 1,000 straight, and then 5,000 or above at Kaylee. So that is all correct in the FMC.
Southwest 514, descend to Orbx 4 arrival, Memphis landing north, altimeter 3014.
3014, landing north down to Orbx 4, Southwest 514. Okay, now what's that get us? That allows us down to what? 10,000 at RoCab. So that's as low as we can go. Now we've got points lower than 10 in the FMC, but we haven't been cleared to start that approach yet, so we can't use any of the altitudes on that approach as a cleared altitude. The only thing we got in terms of that instruction was to send via the Orbx 4. So the only thing we can do right now is 10,000 at RoCab. We can't go any lower than 10 unless they tell us. Top of descent is coming up. Let us go ahead and get the seatbelt signs back on. And we'll give a briefing to our passengers here in just a moment. I'm going to turn the map range down just to reduce the clutter a little bit. So again, assuming 36 left. Let's go ahead and get our performance. That's the one thing we haven't done yet. So let's go initialization. We'll do a flaps 30 and 138. And with the wind being basically nothing, 10 knots, so the additive is going to be 5. So 138 will be the VREF, 143 will be the V approach. Temperature's 11, which is low 50s. 10 knot wind, so light to moderate winds and clear skies.
Hello. So you're climbing up from 10 to 320 currently?
Alright, getting ready to start our descent, seatbelts,
Okay, sounds good.
and passenger briefing.
Can
Okay.
you give me a flash ident, please?
Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We are just about to start our descent into Memphis, so we have indeed turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. And that's if you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The cabin crew is going to come around one final time to collect trash and take care of any last-minute needs, and we expect to be on the ground in just about 30 minutes. Weather in Memphis right now is showing in the low 50s with light to moderate winds and clear skies. Talk to you again once we're on the ground. Thanks again for flying with us on Southwest Airlines.
514, you can plan for the ILS 36 left.
All right, ILS 36 left approach, Southwest 514, thanks. Okay, so we're done. We've already got that briefed and ready. So let's run through the approach briefing, just make sure we've got everything. Oh, I didn't do minimums. Minimums, 521 feet. Mean sea level.
Agent 327, yep. So that is the descent clearance. So descend via that start, please.
What did I say? 521.
Agent 278, does my instruction not make sense to me? Do you want the manual descent clearance?
Yeah, actually I'm requesting from you to get altitude for descending
Okay, so we've started down.
Sir, Agent 278, you follow that barbecue 3, there's a altitude published on the chart, sir. If you don't know the altitude, pull up the chart, look at the altitude section over there. Or you can just ask me for manual descent. It's up to you.
It's saying that it wants some drag there. It looks to me like it's maintaining the altitude okay, but it does need a little bit of help to slow down and catch the speed.
Just 27, just maintain flight level 230.
So we're getting a little bit of... Yeah, so now it's trying to slow, and it was struggling to keep the vertical path also. Now it seems like it's got the vertical path okay. It's still struggling to keep the speed down. I'm not using a lot of speed brake here. Okay, I'm putting it back for now. The FMC will tell you drag required, but you kind of already know. If you can see the target speed it's trying to get and the target path it's trying to get, and if it's struggling to slow down and it's struggling to descend, you can already guess it's going to tell you that it needs to add some drag. The vertical path just got recalculated somehow. Well, we hit a decel. We got a decel point coming up, okay. Yeah, it looked like the vertical path got recalculated or somehow because the arrow jumped up. Now it's got it again, and now it's speeding up again. It seems like it's fine. The last thing we need to know is if we land 3-6 left, we're turning off, which side? I'm in the west side? Base of the Y, west side. So we are probably, if we turn off at Mike 6, we're going to be right there. So I would say
1683,
a pretty light auto brake, like a 1, maybe a 2.
And you can expect
maybe a 2.
ILS 2 right.
Almost feel like 1. Auto brake 1 might be sufficient. We'll be pretty close to the, I don't tend to float too badly in this aircraft anymore. I mean, of course, I'm going to make a liar out of myself. But I don't tend to float too badly in this aircraft anymore, so we should be able to put it down nice and close to the numbers. And, we got a good, it's a 9,300-foot runway, and we're going to use about 75 of it to get to Mike 6 here. So, and then we'll turn right in.
Confirm, continue descending, 60.
So let's run through that approach briefing one more time here. Approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach frequency and course is set. Missed approach altitude is 5,000. We'll set that in the selector when we get established on the approach. The FMC was reviewed for the legs and the altitude and the missed. Range rings were indeed added. V-speeds were reviewed in sets 138 rather, and 143. Minimums reviewed 521. Ceiling and visibility is not a factor as it is clear. Wind and crosswind was reviewed, and it's 320 at 10, so it's going to be a little bit of a left to right, but not too bad. It's offset by only 40 degrees and 10 knots, so it's not too bad. A little bit of a left to right, though. Turn off and taxi route. We're going to aim for that Mike 6, about 2/3 of the way, 3/4 of the way down the runway, a right-hand turn off. And auto brake 1 is set, and spoilers will be armed at a later time. But otherwise, we are good to go. Them's my shoes is here. How are you? Yeah, so what we have here in the FMC is that after row cab we continue on straight. However, this is the beginning of our approach over here. So again, it's stay straight after row cab. There's a lot of VATSIM pilots that will have the tendency to close up that discontinuity right there. But After ROCAB, you don't have clearance to just jump over onto the approach. You have clearance to maintain that heading and 10,000 feet, because that's what that's what the star says to do. It's not until you get an approach clearance or a vector or some other instruction from ATC that you can deviate from this 10,000 or this 054. So you don't want to go messing around with the FMC, put stuff in there that you're not actually cleared to do yet.
Altimeter 3014.
Descent on 0,000, altimeter 3014 for each appears to.
Coming up on 18,000, that's the transition altitude here in the States. So we'll go from the standard setting to the local setting, 3014. That is now done. Doing that a little on the early side allows the FMC that extra little bit to make an adjustment and get back on that vertical path. ELW 124 is here. How are you? You want to talk about the immersion factor, guys. Of course, we have that Boris Audio Works sound pack now installed on this aircraft, and we have noticed a bit of a difference. But you want to talk about the immersion factor? My ears just popped on the descent. Knock the map range down one more time. It's a little bit cluttered. We kind of have a pretty good picture of what's going on here. So we'll turn that down, and then after ROCAB, it is 054. So I'll go ahead and get that heading selected. And after ROCAB, that's what we'll just go ahead and switch it into heading mode.
That's a spot between the Sarah, look, climb 370.
And then we'll be ready to direct ourselves onto
maintain
that approach.
altimeter 3007.
Alright, maintain 11,000, 3007, and the altimeter 7335.
Okey-doke. And I think the other... There a speed restriction? Yeah, 230 at ROCAB, so it's going to want to hit the brakes here for us. Yeah, it's doing it, just as I said it. Yeah, decel point coming into ROCAB, so it's going to do that for us. And then I'll manually intervene the speed and the heading, just so we have that all under control as we start to take the plane out of LNAV and VNAV into the other modes that we're going to need to use
Good evening, Envoy
to get ourselves established on the approach.
Information Alpha, I'd like to pick up by a part a little.
Yeah, there's somebody expect PDC.
Since we're pretty close to 10, I'm going to go ahead and just ring the cabin. We're going to go ahead and get all the forward-facing lights on, save for the taxi light. The taxi light I'll flip when we taxi light I'll flip when we get landing clearance. And then after you ring the cabin, there's a little bit of a pause, and then they let you know that they've got everything secured, so good to go. Alright, it is slowing us down to 230, but we are going to just go ahead and dial that in. And
This is Center, good evening, American 205, on the ground at
heading at 054.
Sure, yeah, I'm in the call right now, so just give me a couple minutes for the PDC.
Alright. We get that point. Weston. Looks like it's 4,000 between Weston and Freeze. Since we're one of the only planes in the airspace, though, I bet you he vectors us a little closer in. Not going to put us all the way out here for no reason.
Southwest 514, set maintain 6,000.
That is 6,000, Southwest 514. Alright, so down,
278, set maintain 7,000.
down to 6. Gonna put in a reasonable vertical speed, maybe about 1,200. It's having trouble keeping the 230, so I'm going to slow the descent a little bit. 1,000. We could also put a little speed brake in if we need to. That arc tells us that's where we're going to get to 6, and I feel like that's fine. That's plenty of space.
Memphis Center, good evening. Southwest 563, descending through 330.
Stand by.
Yeah, I feel like that arc's showing us how long it's going to take us to get to 6. That's fine. Like, we got plenty of room. We wouldn't have to be 2,000 by the time we get up to that 10-mile ring, but still, that's... What's the field elevation? Field elevation is 330-ish.
Oh, is there anybody else asking for clearance except Envoy I just sent? Is it 205 request clearance as well?
That's for the American 205.
Gotcha.
This,
And Southwest 563 checking in, sir?
this isn't really the case, but I'm going to tell it that we're direct Weston,
Southwest
just
563,
so that it can calculate a,
over 3 arrival.
vertical path and whatnot.
We're
We're still in heading mode, so it's not going to turn us toward that, but that'll just gotta give the FMC the idea that we're about to intercept that approach.
Southwest, correction, American 1683, descend and maintain 3,000, turn left heading 280. Southwest 514, descend and maintain 3,000, turn right heading 080.
3,000, 080, Southwest 514. Alright, so where are we going to get the 3,000? We're going to get the 3,000...
Signature 278, turn right heading 270 vectors for your descent.
Yeah, we're dialed into 1,000-foot descent.
040 to there, 278.
We're going to get to that 3,000 just outside that 10-mile ring. Let's see if we can get down a little bit quicker. Yeah, the FMC thinks we're like way too low for where we need to be, but we're not actually tracking out as far as it thinks we are, so.
Another month in the books.
Oh my goodness, Jet Pilot Cinnamon is here. Guys, it's a little early, but you guys can start putting some predictions into the chat as far as the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. There's no bot command necessary for that. Just a number into the chat, positive or negative. We'll know the immediate descent rate either way. And the closest predictor gets an automatic entry into our monthly landing rate raffle. Next one of those is going to be drawn on Tuesday, April the 29th.
American 1683, turn right, heading 300. Correction, 290, I think, 290.
I'm going to go ahead and throw a little bit of speed brake in. We got a speed dial in at 230, and as a matter of fact, I'm going to go ahead and knock that back to 210 now.
For sure discretion.
In order to help it slow down, we'll reduce the descent rate from 12 to 10. That'll help us get some of that speed off.
Agent 3787, maintain 4,000.
As soon as we get close to that 210, pull the spoilers in, start getting flaps out, and then we can arm the spoilers for the arrival. Let's knock the map range down one. It looks like they're going to intercept us inside of freeze, like around Macy. So
Kansas City 125.72.
let's reflect that in the FMC just to give it an idea of what our vertical path will need to be for that.
Agent 278, turn right.
Okay, spoilers coming in, flaps coming out.
Flight heading 0990, Egypt Air 278.
Memphis Center, American 2749 with request.
10 seconds, southwest 514, turn left, heading 030, and join the final first course for 36 left.
030, join final, southwest 514.
And who request?
American 2749, sir.
Yes, sir.
If we could get direct...
I've got approach mode armed. We're not really cleared to start the approach. We're cleared to join final. We're not cleared to descend yet.
I have your request. Give me 1 second. Southwest 514, 9 miles from Caddis, maintain 3,000 establish your clear dial 36 left.
Alright, 3,000 till established, clear dial 36 left, southwest 514. Okay, now we're good. Now we can go ahead and knock it to 170.
Direct 2749, clear direct Hudsey.
Clear direct Hudsey, American 2749. Thank you much.
Go ahead and start getting the additional flaps out.
Turn right, heading 350.
And speed brakes armed.
For 2 center, please. And EFR 278 descent and maintain 3,000.
2,500.
Alright, we've got the localizer.
Maintain 3,000, Egypt Air 278.
American 1683, please report when you have the field in the southern rural. That will be at airport at 12 o'clock.
We'll keep 170. We didn't get any kind of a speed restriction on the approach, but typical is 170 to about 5 miles. So we'll plan on that until we're told something different. Just good to keep that. Good to keep in practice for that. Guys, keep those predictions coming. Again, no bot command necessary.
Running 36 left, clear to land.
Good land, 36 left, southwest 514. There we go. All right, getting ready to After the glide slope, which I'll go ahead and get gear down. We'll go flaps 15 and gear. See, it's just about captured. Right now we're still in altitude hold mode.
Southwest 563, you can expect the ILS 36 left.
Alright, glide slope is captured. We are descending. Go ahead and gear. And flaps 15. VRF is 138. We'll bug 143 as our V approach. When the time comes, missed approach altitude 5,000. We can now set that since we have the glide slope captured.
Southwest. I heard Southwest, not the flight number. Can you get the say the flight number again, please?
Alright. Getting ready to take over manual control. Let's do some
Alright, Southwest 250.
last minute checks here. Gear's down in green. We're holding on the landing flaps. Missed approach altitude 5,000. That's a climbing left to 1, straight to 1, and then left to 5 if we go missed. Right hand turn off if we make it down successfully. And we are cleared to land.
Memphis Center, envoy 3627.
I now have my control.
1 north over at Memphis. Shorter Juliet requesting
Heaven help us, and we're coming up on 5 miles. So we'll go ahead and bug the 143.
Text via Juliet and Romeo.
36 Center via Juliet to Romeo, envoy 3627.
Go ahead and get the landing flaps out.
Agent there 278. Yep, give me heading 090, please. 090, you're going somewhere to the left.
Yes, sir. American 090 for
1,000.
Agent there 278.
Alright, landing flaps are now set and checked. Landing checks are
Turn
complete.
left heading 030, join final approach course.
10,000. Left heading. Could you please repeat the heading?
Go fast.
500.
143 is the vehicle approach.
157.
Get it back down there.
South of Baby.
400.
14.9, climbing to flight level 230.
300.
Okay, 138.
Exact 157,
Yeah.
Memphis Center, hello. You're
We're
right
continuing.
Position out as reported.
Roger, radar contact exact at 157, Diddy.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Said I wasn't going to float it. Floated it a little bit, but not too bad. Remember, very light auto brake, and we're going to turn off right at the base of that Y-shaped base of that Y-shaped terminal. So some manual braking, reversers off. There we go.
Sir, I had same network issue here. American just sent by for your taxi here. Agent 278, do you have your field in sight? I'm just going to change it for visual approach. Do you have your field in sight, Romeo 36 foot, 12 clouds, about 5 miles?
Field inside for Air 278.
Agent 278, you're clear for the visual approach, Romeo 36 or...
Flaps and spoilers.
Well, we have the visual approach for runway 36.
The landing lights off, continuous ignition off. Strobe.
And Sector 156, that have been cut out. Your radar contact position altitude is reported. You can clear climb flat over 230.
Terrain.
Roger. No, your last
Minimums.
came across fine. You might not have heard my restock, however. Set that 157. Roger. Low level 8.
Thank you. American 205, runway 20, pressure runway 36.
We're going to the base of the Y. Doesn't look like we got any jetways here. Maybe I probably need to get some scenery from Memphis. I was happy with the result. We floated it just a little bit, but I was on speed and felt like the flare attitude was well executed, so we floated it just a touch, but nice touch, and we got off where we intended to. I can go ahead and cancel the auto brake. Senator, Southwest 514, you were busy, but we're straight into the gate, and we'll talk to you soon.
Lovely, thank you. See ya.
You had your hands full, it sounded like.
Memphis, Memphis, runway 36 left.
Easy for 278, runway 36, clear to land.
Alright, so
And,
on the taxi, and flaps and spoilers. Oh, probe heat. Yeah, I never remember the probe heat. It's way up here. Probe heat, we can go ahead and get the window heat while we're up here. Yeah, probe windscreen, continuous ignition I did. Weather terrain radar, flight director's auto brake I did, minimum preset I did, transponder TARA lights, landing turn off, and position lights and APU on. So we did all that. Just missed the windshield stuff. That's not bad. That's a better execution than earlier this evening when I wasn't under such pressure. Taxi light, I think we already turned the taxi light off. We did. Let's go ahead and get the APU, electricity, and air conditioning turned on. Let's go ahead and get the engine shut down. We'll go ahead and get all the fuel pumps off except for that left center. Anti-collision off. Strobes off. Yeah, we already did. Wheel well lights can come on. Seatbelt and chime can come off. Let's get down here and get to the ground services. Whoops, not FMC, ground services. Let's go ahead and set the wheel trocks and get some ground power and some ground air conditioning.
We're on center 45.
Excuse me.
Contact 20 mile northwest of side on VOR.
Let's get the doors
aircraft type and altitude requested again, please.
and hatches. Down here we'll get 2,000. Look, pups, you're going to have to wait. You're going to have to wait, pups. Ground power bus now connected. So now that we got ground power and ground AC, we can turn the APU bleed off and the APU off and that left inner fuel pump off. Alright, so let's check on my predictions first, and then let's check on, taxiing planes who know where they're going is always my last concern in the center. That's what I figured, Lauren. He sounded like there was somebody that needed a little extra attention, so that's what we let him do. I guess I got the screens. I need a minute, my bud. I know it's so sad, but I need a minute. Alright, for leg one, our anticipated timing was we would be down at 9:25 Eastern Time, where it looks like we're 6 minutes early. I should have 18.8 left in the tanks, and let's see how close I got on that. 19.7, so we got 900 extra pounds of fuel within 6 minutes early, so that's pretty good. And then in terms of the landing stats, let's see how you did with your predictions. 127 was the number that registered. Did not bounce it. G's look good, although I'm always skeptical of how it calculates G's, and we did have a 7 knot, but it's very slight crosswind component, but 127 was the number that registered, so I was happy with that. And let's see how you guys did with your guesses. A couple of you were real close in that range. Jet Pilot Cinnamon opened the bidding with a 124, 3 away. 125 came in from ELW 124. ELW 124 topped the 124 with a 125, and he's now closer because he's now 2 away. It looks like the only other one we got was a 143 from Iowa Scotsman, so that is not going to be quite close enough. ELW edges out Jet Pilot Cinnamon and picks up the win with 125 on a 127 actual. So ELW 124, congrats on that win. At KMEM on 4, what is today, the 8th?
American 205 Roger, conceal short 36 center.
Alright, congrats. Alright, we are going to take a moment to file our second flight plan. We're going to go from here
You just
up
lost.
to DCA.
Runway 36 center, clear for takeoff.
Get that filed. We'll let the center controller look at it, probably shoot us a PDC. No, we don't want to fiddle with that flight plan. We want to enter a whole new one here. So we'll let the center look at it and hopefully get a chance to shoot us a PDC while we take a break out of the cockpit. We're IFR, we're 737-700 series, medium, SY, HDF, IGB, RW. In other words, we've got a crap ton of equipment on this aircraft. We're departing from KMEM. Off block anticipated at 0150. We got half an hour. That should be fine. 39,000 feet on the second leg. 480 knots. We are going to KDCA with the alternate out of Philly. En route time we think will be 147. And we need to put in my actual fuel. What did we say it was? 19,900? 19,700. 19,700. So that makes the fuel endurance available 0351. There's the route. We'll look at it when we get back. PBN B1, C1, D1, S2, T1. Performance is a Charlie.
November 1748, Foxtrot with a question.
Adventures and filed. And we're good to go. Sky Vector. Let's go ahead and go KMEM, and then that route, and then KDCA. This is what it looks like.
You want the MOA to be hot?
It's more just a question, is it or is it not?
Okay, it's not hot. It's cold here at the VATSIM.
Okay, no worries, thank you.
Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that. We'll keep the airport diagram. We'll pull up the other relevant charts here in just a moment. But right now, I'm going to take a little break out of the cockpit for some liquid recycling, and we'll give our center controller an opportunity to look at the flight plan, hopefully, and shoot us a pre-departure clearance. So I guess I could have pulled in a little closer, but it's really kind of hard to tell where the gates and jetways are all supposed to be here. Oh, we got some jetways at this airport. Yeah, obviously, though, I just need to get some custom scenery at Memphis here, so we'll get that done for next time we fly here, I promise. Alright, but that's where we'll sit the camera while we take a little break, get the liquid recycling break for the animals, first and foremost, but for myself as well. And then we'll be back with you for leg number 2 from Memphis, continuing up to Washington National, Reagan Airport. So lots of flying left to do for you here on the Slant Alpha channel, doing some Slant Lima ops tonight. We'll be back with you in just a bit.
Okay, Roger. We'll be set with Orbx 4 with 3014. Accept jet with 157.
Volunteer 544, Memphis Center, hello. Clear to Junction Airport, radar vectors to Vico. Maintain 3,000, expect 4,000, 5 minutes after departure. Departure is this frequency and squawk 5533. Southwest 563, turn left 030, turn final approach course 36 left.
360, final approach course 36 left, Southwest 563.
Volunteer 544, thank you. Reback is correct. Do you have any runway on your mind right now for departure? Alright, 544, expect 32, give me a call for text. Southwest 5636, 6 miles from Caddis, maintain 3000 still south, slow clash, clear dial, 36 left approach.
Okay, 3000 still south, let's clear dial, 36 left approach, Southwest 563.
Yeah, didn't call you. American 205, Memphis Center. First of all, can you squawk 1060 for me? American 205, Memphis.
American 205, good.
Yep, 205, squawk 1060, please. American 2749, descend and maintain flight level 330.
American 205, squawk 1060.
American 205, thank you. Radar contact 10 mile west of the Memphis. Next time, just be sure to follow the initial altitude, which was 5,000 feet for your climb, maintain flight level 360.
Climb maintain flight level 360.
Southwest 563, runway 36, to clear to land.
36, let's clear to land, Southwest 563.
American 2749, Memphis.
American 2749.
American 2749, descend and maintain flight level 330.
Say again flight level for 2749, please.
2749, 330, 330.
330, 2749.
Executive 157, you can plan, expect the ILS 36 left.
Roger, we'll expect the ILS 36 left for Jet 157.
And Skyhawk 174 at Foxtrot to Columbus, altimeter 3006.
Sorry, I lost it. Repeat 1748 Foxtrot.
174 at Foxtrot to Columbus, altimeter 3006.
3006, 1748 Foxtrot.
Envoy 3627, set file discretion, maintain 1010,000. Little Rock altimeter 3012.
3012, pilot discretion 10,000, Envoy 3627.
Good evening, 4180, level 250 for 3000.
Southwest 4180, Memphis Center, hello. 810 for me.
Okay, we're back. Does not look like we got a PDC. I know the center controller is fairly busy, so we'll try and bother him as little as possible for our clearance up into Washington, Reagan National for leg number 2. We're in the Southwest 737. We do have the Boris Audio Works sound pack, and it's subtle, and I'm not an audio snob in terms of my simulating, but it is a pretty noticeable difference even for someone like myself who doesn't pay much attention to that kind of stuff. It's really cool though, and very affordable. $15 Australian turned out to be like less than $10 US, so pretty good value for that in my opinion. Let's jump back into the aircraft and start talking about our routing it to Washington.
Maintain for an flight of 196 descend shortly.
Okay, we'll descend and maintain.
Okey-doke. Let's take it from the top of the flow list and
Who was ready for taxi?
get an updated ATIS rather.
Volunteer 544, runway 32, taxi via Foxtrot.
Bravo 3014, 36s. Mode C, all this other stuff is fairly standard language. So information Bravo 3014, which we already have set.
So. Southwest 4180, do you have approach requesting to Jackson?
Should be easy enough.
Yes, sir. We'll take.
It is the GATS 7, so let's go ahead and look at that.
Southwest 4180, roger. Expect visual 34 right, and send and maintain 10,000. Altimeter 3010. 3010.
Okay, we'll expect visual 34 right, and
Knock it down one scale. So off the 3.6s, it looks like it's a pilot nav. So we won't need to wait for radar vectors here. It's 360 and then this point jacks, and then on we go. 5,000 initially, and expecting file clearance 10 minutes after.
Sector 157 descend maintain 3,000 maintain current heading.
So we can start this one in LNAV mode because it is indeed a pilot nav departure. Comm radios are set. We're already talking to clearance. Altimeter's 3014. We've already got that dialed in. Let's go ahead and
1886 Memphis Center.
let's try and get our clearance if we can.
American 2749, leaving Mars Space early, Atlanta Center, result my frequency.
Transponder, we don't know yet. Departure runway, we're going to assume 36 left.
American 2749, Memphis.
Center Southwest 514 at Memphis with Bravo IFR to DCA, no rush.
Southwest 514, thank you. You can expect PDC on your way.
Okay. We'll just assume it's S file. That's, well, no, never mind. We have no assumptions to make. Is that exactly what we filed to Diab and then Wakel, U34 Sitter, and Trups 5? Yeah, it is. 390, 1543.
Volunteer 544, thank you. Runway
5,000, 3055 is indeed right. So 1543 really the only piece of information that we didn't already have. And we can go ahead and put that in. Ooh, hold on.
Envoy 3627, any approach requesting to Little Rock?
We could take the RNAV 18 unless it's easier to do vectors for visual 18.
Any approach is hard for me, but I have 18.
He's having that kind of a night.
3 south on
Alright, so we got our clearance. Comm radios are set. Our altimeter's set. Let's go ahead and grab the FMC and get the route punched in. So we'll return and go to menu and go to FMC. We are on the route page. Let's go to K. Where's K? KMEM. We're going to
Yep, 3627, you can expect RNAV
KDCA.
Roger,
We
we'll expect
are
that. Thank you. Envoy 3620.
going to go to departures and arrivals. It is the Gets 7. There we are. To Diab. We're going to assume 36 left. Doesn't look like the route changes off of any of the 36s, so I'm not really going to worry about it if it does. It's 360 and then jacks, regardless. So doesn't make a big deal if they just switch to a different
we should be able to make it down to 3,000 by then. We can expedite our descent here on Boy 3620.
So,
perfect. You're on Boy 3627.
Anyway, so that's selected. We'll put it into the route. Then it is Get 7 to Diab. It is then Wakol, WAKOL.
American 2749, Memphis Center.
It is then the Q34 to Sitter.
86 radar contact, 30 miles southwest of Rock as you are. Flight 0320, welcome.
And then it is Sitter to the Trups 5. So let's go to departures and arrivals. Trups 5 from Sitter. And we are going to expect the... We know they're landing north, so we're going to go ahead and assume it's the ILS to runway 1. We'll put that in the route, and then we'll activate and execute. Performance initialization, cost index will be 74, because why not? Reserves. To our alternate, which is Philly, is going to be 5.9er.
1312, expect ILS tree.
Zero fuel weight, we'll double click, it'll auto populate. 382. Oh, I'm going to have to. Once we get up to cruise, I'll have to just amend my. He's going to clear me up to 390. I'll just have to amend it to 370. So that's fine. We're not going to bother him with that right now. N1 limits, if we were a real airline captain and it was safe to do so without compromising safety, we would want to use a reduced thrust setting for takeoff and a reduced thrust setting for climb. Because that reduces fuel consumption, that reduces wear and tear on the engine. However, since I am neither responsible for the fuel nor the maintenance on this aircraft, I'm not going to worry about that. Takeoff is going to be a flaps 5. Center of gravity will double click or to populate. Trim is going to be 6.5. V speeds are populated in 136, and we'll dial 156 in as the mode control panel. Initial speed 156. Heading is 360 off the runway, but we will be starting in LNAV and VNAV. The initial is 5,000. We'll go ahead and get auto throttle, flight director, and both of those will be set to go. Modes are already set. We can turn the range up just a little bit. We've already got the modes the way we want it. One thing we can do here, just to be ahead of the game, is on the legs page, we know that at the end it's going to be runway 36. I'm sorry, runway 1 rather. And we'll put that into the fix page, and we'll put a 4-mile ring around that and a 10-mile ring around that. And again, it helps because it puts these nice green circles around the destination airport so you can see it more clearly. However, it also indicates the point at which you should start configuring for landing if you haven't already, and the point at which you should be fully configured for landing if you aren't already. So we'll go ahead and get those in as well. I think we're going to need to go back to FS actions at some point, so we'll set that for now. But at the moment, we are good. The FMC's programmed, mode control panel was all set. Map range where we want it, modes where we want it. Let's set the auto brake to reject takeoff. And transponder was 1543.
Clearance to which direction again, sir?
Departing to the east, but if it's not too much bother, I wouldn't mind doing a flyby of Breakpoint.
All right, let's get
the fly over to where?
Doors closed.
Flyby of Graceland, just to the west of the airport.
Okay. Victor to Lima, Charlie Romeo, Roger. Cleared out of Memphis Class Bravo airspace, maintain VFR at or below 2,500.
Alright, seatbelt signs can come on.
Squawk is 7616.
On, I said. On. That's that way. Left inner fuel pump can come on. We're going to fire up the APU. This time I'm going to fire up the APU before we disconnect from the lines. Parking brake is set already, but we'll double check that it is. So we are good there. While we're waiting for the APU to spool up, we can get the window heat on. Pressurization set 370, and landing altitude is basically 0 at DCA. Okay, we're going to wait for the APU to finish spooling up.
Runway 36 left, we're at jet 157.
Southwest 215 descend via the Chesney 2 arrival. National East landing north altimeter 3016.
That be the Chesney 2 3016,
Okay.
Southwest 250.
Alright, APU bus should be coming available any second. Okay, there we are. Alright, so we're now providing our own electricity. We are now providing our own air conditioning.
Southwest 4180, turn right to 110. Vectors for visual.
Packs are indeed on auto. We can now go down and disconnect the ground services. That went a little more smoothly than it did on that first leg. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. Greetings from the flight deck and welcome aboard Southwest Flight 514 with service to Washington National Airport. We expect to be pushing back from the gate at about 10 till the hour, wheels up right near the top of the hour. The weather here is fairly calm with no surface. Surface winds are nice and light, so we don't expect any kind of turbulence on our climb out, and we should have a nice smooth ride up to Washington. We do have some icing warnings on the interim. We should be over top of any of the precipitation, though, and it looks like the surface winds are fairly calm at Washington, which is a nice change because it was very windy there earlier today, but we should have a nice smooth ride by the time we get up there.
Runway 36 right, taxi via Yankee
We
and Romeo.
are going to be cruising at 37,000 feet today, and flight time, once we are airborne, 1 hour and 47 minutes. Do sit back, relax, get those seat belts buckled nice and tightly, and we will be underway shortly. Thanks again for flying with us on Southwest Airlines. Flight 514 with service to Washington National. Alright, anti-collision on, wheel well light off. Eastbound flight, so we'll do the igniters on the right. Fuel pumps can come on. We do still have some fuel in the center tank, so they will all come on. The hydro pumps, remained on, I guess, because I forgot to shut them off. Did I not have that? Because I seem like I forget that every time. Arrival at gate. Fuel pumps, hydroelectric pumps, packs off. Okay. Man, all that stuff is there, and I just continually miss it. Okay. Alright, so the hydro pump's on. We can now go ahead and commence our pushback.
Sector 157,
believing that this is all
36 left, we are
non-movement area right here on the ramp. So I'm just going to push back a little bit. And then we can just pivot as needed into whatever position we need to be in, because this is all just open ramp here. And we're already kind of back away from the gate a little bit, so I'm just really going to push us straight back. Just a tiny little bit here. Straight back from where we are. We'll go ahead and get that pushback connected. And again, there's nothing in terms of named taxiways there, so we are ready to go. Parking brake released.
157, our first flight into Memphis in 2020. I like what I see.
And
oh,
here we go.
Some weird field out of nowhere, right?
I'm going to go ahead and turn the right-hand pack off and get the ground start on. We're going to wait for 20% in. We're going to get some fuel dumped in. There we go. We got the engines turning. Again, we got the Boris Audio Works sound pack. Somebody spawned in right next to us as we were pushing. Okay, 20% in. Fuel. And the click sound of that starter clicking off is much more distinct with this sound pack than the PMDG's was.
Southwest 4180, turn left heading
You hear it from
080.
Yeah, that's got a much more of a resonating thunk to it. Parking brake is now reset. We are done with that menu. And we can go ahead and turn the pack back on there.
And maintain 3000.
And the right-hand generator on. Left pack can come off, and left engine can go to ground start.
Extension 157 heading to signature.
Extension 157 will code.
Okay. Extension 157.
20% in, fuel coming in.
Make left turn Mike and November into the signature. We'll see you later.
Okay, roger. Mike and November of the signature. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next time. Extension 157.
Oh, no problem. Southwest 215, you can expect ILS 2 left.
Expect ILS 2 left, Southwest 215.
Still on information,
Southwest
Bravo.
4180s.
There's that
and
thunk.
maintain
Start
2000.
valve is off. Up top we go. Pack can come back on.
Southwest 4180, airport
Jen can come back on.
10 miles, reporting center.
We are now providing, engines are providing electricity and bleed power. So we can shut that off and
Southwest
the APU
4180,
off.
clear visual approach from 34 right.
Alright, down the bottom, do our control check.
Runway 3627, welcome to Little Rock.
Flaps 5 sets. Takeoff trim 6.5.
3627, are you going to passenger terminal? Alright, 3627.
And we'll jump up top, get our probe heat on.
Runway, and make another left turn on runway 4 left for 9.
And that should extinguish our warnings. And we should be good to go. Probably need to use that to release our parking brake. Hold the brakes and we'll do a config check. No bonk bonk sound, that means we're good to go. Alright, information Bravo.
3627. Yeah. Yeah, you can actually cross the road 4 left and make the left turn function. That'll be easier for you.
Pivot around and we'll let our controller know we're ready to go. Memphis Southwest 514 at Memphis, west side of the terminal near Mike 6 with Bravo. We're ready to go.
Southwest 514, thank you. Runway 36 flat taxi via November, Mike 1.
Alright, November and Mike 1 to 36 left, Southwest 514. Okay. Yeah, so we definitely have a different rumble sound with these engines spooling up with the Boris Audio Works pack. Sounds very nice. Let's do a brake check on the ramp. Brakes are good.
9%, I think the hotel
Weather radar
Charlie
on.
Romeo is ready for departure.
Terrain radar on.
36 right.
Bolton Jackson, clearance is standby. Victor to Lima Charlie Romeo, runway 36 right. Clear for takeoff, fly runway at the...
Clear for takeoff and Wilco, Lima Charlie Romeo.
And volunteer 544 confirm requesting clearance.
Alright, we are rolling.
Alright, Lynch 544, cleared to Augusta Regional Airport.
So we had planned to push from the gate at 9:50. We're actually rolling at 9:50, so we're going to be airborne just a couple minutes early, it seems, which is good.
1501.
No problem there. Brake check, yeah. Let's do a couple of things. Taxi light we did. Brake check we did. Transponder TARA, weather and terrain radar. Minimum departure fuel is 15.4.
20 for departure, give me call.
And we're going to get 19.5. And since we're southwest, let's pick up this taxi speed a little bit.
FedEx 1312, heavy turn right heading 090.
090, FedEx 1512.
Alright, let's alert our cabin crew.
Victor to Lima Charlie Romeo, say altitude.
Passing through 2,500 and Lima Charlie Romeo.
Lima Charlie Romeo, thank you. Radar contact. I'm just going to verify again, you're maneuvering west of the Memphis field, correct?
AFM west, and then I'll VFR over to the east for Lima Charlie Romeo.
Alright, Lima Charlie Romeo, roger. Just remain west of the Memphis airport, report completion of the maneuver.
Remain west of Memphis and Wilco on the maneuver, Lima Charlie Romeo.
Center southwest 514, short of 36 left, Memphis for ready.
Southwest 514, runway 36 left, line up and way, traffic will be crossing on departure.
Okay, line up and way 36 left, southwest 514. Alright, so we got the strobes on. We're not going to put the forward-facing lights on yet because we have not been cleared to take off. And that is kind of a visual signal that we give to the aircraft that is crossing downfield. Right? Because we got the strobes on just so we're visible to anybody who might be getting ready to use that runway. That's our signal that we are on.
44 runway 20 taxi alpha.
We are on the runway, and we want everyone to be able to see that we're on the runway. However, the traffic that's downfield that's crossing, we want them to look up and see that we don't have our forward-facing lights on, because that is our visual signal to them that we are not bearing down on them at the moment. I guess he was talking about airborne traffic crossing downfield. They look like they're well clear to the west.
514, RNAV Jacks, runway 36 left, clear for takeoff.
RNAV Jackson, clear for takeoff, 36 left, southwest 514. Alright, forward-facing lights are on. We are RNAV to Jacks. Boga is coming at you.
1312 heavy, turn left, heading 030 on final first course, 36 left.
Airspeed live.
Alright, forward yoke pressure.
80 knots.
80 knots, we can release that pressure.
030.
Can you repeat the heading for FedEx 1512?
030, sir. 030.
V2.
Alright. We're gonna rotate. And we're going to pitch to maintain that 156.
Lima Charlie Romeo, there will be a 737 departing on your left side, taking off. There'll be a no factor for you.
I'm looking for him. Lima Charlie Romeo.
Okay, should hit the intercept point and automatically
Charlie
turn.
Romeo has that traffic in sight.
Yeah, thank you. Taxi your discretion. Have a good night.
Yeah, we had that traffic in sight. Don't see him now, but he sees us.
Back 1312 heavy, 5 miles from Canada.
So hopefully he won't be run over by us.
high left, 26 left, FedEx within turn.
Southwest 514, say altitude.
3,000 going to 5.
Southwest 514, thank you, radar contact. Climb maintain, flight level 3980.
Can we amend that to 370, please?
On from Southwest 514, climb maintain, flight level 370.
Appreciate it. 370 Southwest 514. There we go. So we've made that amendment. Okay. Did I get? I don't think I got the continuous ignition on. I guess I forgot to do that. Okay, but at this point they would come off anyway, and then we can cancel the auto brake and center the gear handle.
Southwest 215, turn right heading 100, maintain 3000.
Okay, looks like the
FedEx 1312 Heavy,
LNAV is working just fine. Pop the range up a little bit.
Clear to land, FedEx within turn.
Launcher 544, runway 20, close takeoff. After price to make left turn to Reagan National. Delta 1886. Delta 1886, flight maintain, flight level 340.
Okay, no. Laps and gear up, continuous ignition.
Memphis Center, Delta 197.
Auto brake cancelled, gear handle cancelled.
370.
We're good, we're coming up on 10.
Airspace yet?
Delta 197, Memphis
Forward facing lights can come off. And let's
I'm currently at 370.
do a pressurization check. Okay, cabin altitude, we got the pressurization set properly this time. Cabin altitude is already up through 1 differential pressure is well within normal limits. Cabin altitude climbing at a normal rate, everything good.
So needed to be on the old level, so sorry, even level. So either you got to climb up to 380 or descend down to 360.
Roger, my apologies. We'll go ahead, we'll descend, flight level 360.
Sounds good, thank you.
Alright, also through 10, we're going to be able to accelerate past 250. The FMC is going to handle that for us. But we are indeed pitched to a shallower climb so that the acceleration can happen, and that's all good to go.
Launcher 544, thank you, radar time to climbing to flight level 350. Sure, center, planes close in about 10 to 5 minutes.
Okay, doke. Airborne. Not really anything we need to do with that. We can start looking at the charts for Reagan. Trups 5. We expect the ILS runway 1. And there's the airport diagram. Don't know for certain that that's all what we're going to be getting, but let's just kind of get it all ready to go just in case.
Proceed on course, remain south of the Memphis airport.
Proceed on course, will remain south of Memphis International, Lima Charlie Romeo. Thank you.
Okay. Got all that done. Now, I think Memphis just said they are about to close. If we end up in Indy's airspace, it looks like they are open. And it looks like right now we've got our colleagues on at Washington Center and Potomac Approach on as well. So if this route's going to take us down to the south into Atlanta's airspace, we might be out of luck. If we're going to be up here in Indy's airspace, it looks like we will have coverage. Which is it? Oh, we are in Indy's airspace. So Q-34 stays north of that border. So if Indy stays on, we'll be good to go. Now that might even be a friend of ours. Yeah, it's our friend STW222. So more than likely he's streaming. Yep. So our Indy center controller that we're going to be passed to here momentarily is live streaming. So if you want to kind of see how the operation runs from the scope side of the equation, then you can check that out there. Our good friend STW222. A little ways before we reach his airspace, so I don't know. He tends to stay on for a while, so there's a good chance he'll still be there. Don't know about our friends at Washington, whether they... I kind of gave them a heads up that I was coming and told them it'd be a late night, but we'll see if they are able to hang in there for the late shift for us. We'll see. Very good chance that Stu will be, and then our center controller, maybe he'll get an early handoff over to Indy, so we'll have wire-to-wire coverage, but we'll see how it works out. Are we up through 18? Yeah, let's go ahead and switch it over to the standard altimeter setting, and let's do another pressure check. Yeah, so basically, kind of the way I... Oh, and we're just about out of fuel in the center tanks, it looks like.
Ready to check someone.
Yeah, center tanks are empty. We'll go ahead and shut those off. The way it normally works is the differential pressure, I kind of feel like it's about a third of the way up to its range at 10, two-thirds of the way up to its range at 18, and then it's all the way up to the top when you get up to the cruise altitudes. So right now we're two-thirds of the way, and the cabin altitude is about two-thirds of the way to where it's going to go. So we're at cabin altitude of 3,000, still climbing at a normal rate. Differential pressure still has a long way to go before it's maximum, so everything's normal there as we're up through 18. Did I release the cabin crew? I did not. So they will now start their beverage service, and of course they can get up and move around to do what they need to do. The Boris audio works, right? Boris audio works, so I have the name right. Got a nice growl going. You know, I am not a sound snob with my sim, but I was able to notice that the sounds definitely were enhanced. This is the product that we're looking at here. Boris Audio Works. And like I said, and you buy it through Orbx, $15 Australian was under $10 US. Well worth it. At least today. Who knows?
Memphis Center, good evening. Allegiant 3199 on the ground, Nashville. I'm for Appleton with Charlie.
Allegiant 3199 Memphis Center, running standby with PDC. Southwest 215, I'm really sorry about that. Can you take visual approach for two left?
Hey, perfect, we can do that. Southwest 215.
Do you have the fielding set?
Hey, perfect, we do. Southwest 215.
Southwest 250, thank you. Clear visual approach for me, 2 left.
Clear visual, 2 left, Southwest 250.
All right.
Thank you.
And I'll tell you what we're going to do, guys.
Memphis Center, good evening. Delta 453.
Memphis Air TCC VATSIM.
We're doing the early check-in.
Delta 453, Memphis Center, low. First, I'm going to plane's closing about like 5 or so you can just continue with the Unicom.
Yeah, so there's our current controller.
Appreciate that. You have a good
Let's
night.
do some feedback.
Thank you.
Let's log in.
544.
You guys already know my email address.
Mark, stay for Atlanta, turns off my free change, bro.
Yep,
Goodbye.
yep. Yep.
Unicon 16144, have a good night.
Is he not listed here? Oh, there he is. Center. Excellent. Polo with variety of operations and skill levels. Did an outstanding balancing priorities. He's an I-1, so he's an instructor. He's very experienced. He's experienced enough that he's allowed to provide ratings, controller ratings to other controllers within the ARTTC. So he knows what he's doing, but it's still nice to recognize good work when we see it. So there we go. Just in case our center controller hops off, let's use that same trick that we used in the first one. Where's a good point that we can use to kind of approximate this boundary? Looks like the point that we have that's nearby, that's really close to the boundary, is that point Higgy. And if we were to put a
514, go close early. You can go in early Indy Center and 128.2 to have a good flight.
All right, 2822 for Indy. Appreciate the service. Southwest 514. Nice work. So just to show you how it would be done, we could use this point Higgy and a 018 in order to just draw a boundary. It's not even on our flight plan, but that doesn't matter. Let's go to the fixed page next, and let's put in that point Higgy, H-I.
Delta 197, I'm going to close now. You can monitor the advice frequency. Have a good flight.
And we said it was a 018 just to approximate the boundary. And then what's the opposite of 018? Would be 1 or 8 as well, right?
Squadron VFR over to Unicon. Thanks for all you do for us VFR guys. And Charlie right here. See you later.
So there's a dotted line that kind of approximates the boundary between our Memphis airspace and Indy airspace. So we will know that that's when that boundary is coming up. However, our center controller told us just go and check in early. And of course, it's our buddy Stu 222, as I mentioned before. So he'll know that we're coming. Be a little bit early, but that's okay. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, that was the point. I'm an idiot. That was the point between Indy and Washington. Duh. What's the point between Memphis and Indianapolis? I don't know if that's Metwo or Metwo, but we'll use it as just an approximation. Metwo and 354. So let's try that again, what we just did. Let's add another one. And 354. And whoops, no, 174, right? Okay. So there we go. All right, so now that makes a little bit more sense. So there's the boundary between Memphis and Indy, and we're about 150 miles from that. And then well further up the line is the boundary between Indy and Washington. Okay, last but not least, when we check in with Indy, what are we using as a check-in point? Well, we got Livingston VOR here, LVT. Yeah, we'll check in with that. LVT. So, when we check in with Indy, next page, next, LVT. 145 miles. If it was 270, we'd be due west. So we're pretty close to due west. 144 miles of Livingston VOR. So that's what we'll use as our check-in call. Let's go ahead and get over onto his frequency. He's on 2822. Swap him in. Where are we? 138 miles west of Livingston. Indianapolis Center, Southwest 514 is 135 miles west of Livingston. 357 going to 370.
Southwest 514, Andy Center, welcome aboard.
There you go. All right, we are officially on Stu's.
340, Indianapolis Center.
I guess we're on Stu's scope. Probably this blip like well outside of his airspace, but still making our way in. But again, that last Twitch link, S2W222, that's our Indy Center controller that we're talking to now. And we're 1,000 to go. All right, let's do a couple of things. Now I'm just trolling him in the stream chat. Let's do a couple of things. We can turn the fasten seatbelt signs off.
Delta 1583, radar contact, altitude.
Passing through 2,800, Delta 1583.
Let's do
Delta 1583, trying to maintain level 3
last cabin pressure check since we're arriving at cruise. Pop up here. Yep, so the cabin altitude should be leveling off, and it looks like it is, and differential pressure is right at the top of its range, which is normal.
Number 4856, descend and maintain.
Seatbelt signs have been turned. Seatbelt signs have been turned off, and yeah, we are good to go, I think. Back to the legs page here. Greetings from the flight deck with an update. We've reached our cruise altitude of 37,000 feet, and we have turned off the fasten seatbelt signs. The cabin crew is going to come around with a fine selection of Red Bull products and Memphis barbecue. So do sit back, relax, and enjoy the flight. We will give you an update on the weather at Washington when we start our descent there, but in the meantime, just do relax and enjoy. Thank you for flying along with us on Southwest Airlines Flight 514 service to Washington, Reagan.
American 2973, turn right heading 140, vectors approach.
140, vectors for approach, 43973.
Vector 235, center maintain, flight level 340.
Down to 340, exit jet 235.
Alright, and let's do a real quick check of our fuel situation. Yeah, middle tank's empty, pumps are off. And left to right balance is pretty good, we'll leave it alone. In order to be as ahead of the game as we can, are we able, we're not yet able to retrieve the DCA ATIS just natively in the nearby controller list. However, we can kind of guess at it, right? .ATIS, we know it's going to be, it follows the same pattern here. It's the ICAO for the airport. It's an underscore, and it's the word ATIS. So let's see if that works. Oh, it does. Somebody is on, even though they're not in range. We are able to retrieve that via text. It's information golf there, 34010. It's statute miles clear, temperature 6, altimeter is 3013. They're doing the Mount Vernon visual 1. So we're going to load in the ILS 1 just to have the guidance to back us up. But they are going to point us toward it, and then they're going to say, follow the river. And then that's pretty much the Mount Vernon visual for Runway 1. I'll show you the chart for it in just a moment. Landing and departing 1 and 33, multiple approaches in effect. Careful of the prohibited airspace north of the airport. So if we go around, we're going to have to know we're going to make an immediate left turn on that go around. And we got information golf, and that probably will update by the time we get there. But in the meantime, we've got at least a good idea of what we're looking at. The 3013 is the altimeter. I'm going to go ahead and pre-arm that.
flight heading, gosh, what is it, 260 to intercept the localizer.
3013. Again, that might adjust minorly between now and the time we get there, but at least it's in the ballpark.
Heading 200, join the runway 23 right localizer.
And then let's do a couple of things. We know where my mouse cursor gets to.
23 right localizer, and never 4856. And American 2973.
Completely lost my mouse cursor. There it is.
$2,500 average on the localizer.
2,502 established on the localizer.
So we're going to go through the TRUPS 1, make sure that, and we're coming in from this point sitter, we're going to make sure that all these restrictions are in. 240 to 280 at Ranger, 220 to 260 at Jared, 210 to 230 at PJ, 17 to 21 at USAY, with a speed restriction. We have a speed restriction here at Ranger also. 16 to 19 at We Do, 14 to 17 at Spurt with 280. It's 280 all the way through.
Hey, firm, we got it. We got Todd 15 miles.
13,000 to 250, and then Trump's 11 to 250.
I simulate all the restrictions within the center.
Alright, descending now.
Then we're landing DCA 1 and 3-3 as we take this fork here. So let's 8, grill at 6, and then hero. So let's first of all make sure all these restrictions came in, and then let's make sure that the correct fork came in, putting us southbound at Hero for the left downwind. Alright, then I'll show you. We got the ILS 1 loaded, but we'll also show you the Mount Vernon visual to Runway 1.
And over 4856, you're 5 miles from driver. Maintain 4,000 until established on the localizer. Good, the ILS runway 23 right approach. 4,000 to establish 23 right approach.
We'll look at that in more detail, but for right now, let me get that off screen. I'm going to run through the legs in the FMC and make sure that our arrival is all good to go. The Ranger 240 to 280 at 280 speed. Okay, the speeds come first, so I'll try and read them on the chart that way. Jared's 220 to 260. EJ's 210 to 230. You say 17 to 210. Yep, 280. We do 16 to 19. Spurts 14 to 17. It's still 280. And then hours below 13 and 250. Trups is 11 and 250. And from Trups we're going to Let's at 8. Roll at 6 and 250. And then Victory and Hero, and then the 189. Okay. So that's all good. And then we're looking at the ILS to runway 1. Katrin, Baden, and then straight in. However, we got Katrin and Baden on the Mount Vernon visual to runway 1 also, but we're really at this point we're not really going to be joining the final approach course. We're going to be told, hey, do you have the river in sight? We do? Okay, good. Follow the river. Clear visual approach, Mount Vernon visual approach runway 1. They can also say, do you have Mount Vernon in sight, the plantation itself, or do you have the Wilson Bridge in sight? If you have anything on this chart in sight, the Masonic or the power plant, or the runway or the monuments, they can clear you for the visual approach. However, you know, you can see that the ILS gives you good guidance to find this final approach course, and then kind of wigs and wags a little bit, but you know, we'll straighten this out a little bit, but we'll stay over the water, and that'll put us in for straight into runway 1. 5.9 miles out, we should be about 1600. Well, where does that put us here? 5.9 miles out, 1600. Hey, look at that. You know what I mean? So it's like the ILS is going to give us pretty good guidance, but we're just going to fly it visually. It just requires that A, we keep these things in sight, and 2, we keep the traffic in sight that we might be following. If we are indeed following somebody. Okay, so the FMC is pretty much set up. I mean, we can even go in and brief the ILS approach. Even though we're probably going to fly a visual, we can brief the full ILS. If for whatever reason they ask us if we've got stuff in sight and we don't, they can just vector us for the ILS if we're already briefed for it. So we'll be ready to do that. 1099 and 007 is the approach course and approach frequency and course.
If you need me higher or lower, just seeing where you need me.
The 1089, okay, we're just 1099, that's done. And 007.
American 1905, any center on frequency?
If we're on the ILS and we go missed, it's a left turn.
Cross Glench at and maintain level 240.
DCA VOR on 325. So 111 and 325.
Indy Center, Delta 2556, you hear us now?
Delta 2556, Indy Center, affirm, I hear you loud and clear.
Weird, I guess Discord had an update and it was still in the focus or something.
111.0.
American 1905,
and
American
325.
105. This is Indy Center.
Missed approach altitude.
Indy Center 128.22.
2200.
128.22.
Doesn't look like there's any kind of a missed approach guidance here. But we have to assume we're going to make that immediate left in order to avoid this prohibited airspace.
Indy Center, good evening. American 1905, 3000.
So 2200 is the missed approach altitude if we're on the ILS.
50, join the runway 23 left localizer.
Minimums if we're on the ILS is 214. And the performance. You come down here and go to initialize and ref. Flaps 30, 134, and since it's less than a 10 knot wind, that means that the additive will be 5 knots, so 134 V ref and 139 will be V approach.
That B-bird cleared the ILS approach, 23 left, American 1905.
Indy Center, good evening, Delta 2123, would you flight level 370?
Delta 2123, Indy Center, radar contact, welcome aboard.
Okay, copy that. Question, will you receive me on 121.5 earlier?
I am actually not sure. I had another aircraft on 21.5, I think, as well, that lost comms near Indy.
Okay, copy that. Delta 21.
Yeah, maybe that's where the shenanigans were coming from. Since we're on a center frequency, there's no need for us to monitor.
I've actually got it where 21.5, I am monitoring, but like I got the volume turned way down because people do random stuff on there sometimes, you know?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, copy that. Understood. No problem.
Okie doke. All right. Well, we're well ahead of the game here, because we're not even technically in Indy's airspace yet. Washington's airspace is way up here.
That gives forward like to request the vectors for visual runway 32 if possible.
Vector 235, that's on request.
Gotcha, thank you.
All right, well, let's run through the approach briefing just to see what pieces of. Oh, hold on, we've got some raiders from Sim Caesar. Well, hey, thank you very kindly for that raid. Everybody coming over from the Sim Caesar channel. Yeah, this channel's called Slant Alpha Adventures, but a little bit more often lately, we're actually flying modern aircraft with modern navigation, and today. That is a lot of raids. Monster, thank you very kindly. Good to see you. Sims, good to see you as well. Everybody coming over from Sim Caesar's channel. Rathole 80 is with us as well. So yeah, we're doing some actual Slant Lima ops, some modern airliner with modern navigation system. Go figure. Starting to do that more often on this channel. But it's the 737, PMDG 737, and we just today installed this Boris AudioWorks sound set for the PMDG. And I'm not a big sound snob in terms of the sim sounds, but I even noticed a marked improvement. First of all, just the growl of those engines, first of all. Yeah, it is fantastic. Sim Caesar agrees.
Yes, he did so.
We got a subscription there from Sim. We got Scotty Too Hotty with a resub. We got Exo Toby with the follow. Who else? Scotty Too Hotty saying hi in the chats. Monster SD, I think we acknowledged you, but we didn't officially say hi. Good to see you. Well, thank you for everybody that's over here from the Sim Raid, and hope that you stick around. We are flying the 737. We're on the VATSIM network. We're currently flying through Indianapolis Center, and we are heading up to Washington Reagan. Kind of my home stop, because that's where I do some VATSIM air traffic control myself. I'm with the Washington Air TCC up there. We've got a handful of colleagues on right now. Are they going to stick around for us, or did they bail? No, they're still on. Okay. So we've just entered Indy Center. We're making our way into Washington Center. We've got a Potomac approach controller on as well. So we'll keep our fingers crossed that these guys will stick around and provide us service all the way in. They are landing northbound, so it is the Mount Vernon visual to runway 1 that we are getting ready to perform. The Trups 5 arrival. We take this leg out to the south, and then when we're told, we'll bend around and we'll join. We got the ILS 1 brief just in case we need it, but we got the Mount Vernon Visual 1, which is what we are most likely going to be assigned. And then, of course, there's our airport diagram. We got some more activity in the chat. We got Monster with some cheer bits. We got Sim Caesar with some cheer bits. Appreciate the generosity, guys. We for those of you new to the channel, we have 2 ongoing bi-monthly raffles that we alternate. So we got a raffle every month. The first one is the Alphabets Points raffle. That's the one that you join with the Twitch channel points there at the bottom of the chat panel. Papa Charlie, I owe you some of those. So right there at the bottom of the chat panel, you've got the Twitch channel points, aka Alphabets Points, affectionately represented by that Alphabet cereal icon down there. Hang on 1 second, guys.
Your approach is not going to work?
Yeah, it's just not in the FMS.
But
are you talking about your arrival at the Red 3?
The bottom of the chat panel, you got the Alphabet cereal icon, and the button next to that tells you how many you have. Once you save up 2,000 of those, you can cash those in for an entry into our monthly landing rate, our monthly Alphabets raffle. If you save up and do 10,000 points, We'll give you 6 for the price of 5 there. For $2,000 for 1, $10,000 for 6. Why is it so expensive? Well, the prizes are pretty nice. I'll show you in just a moment. The other raffle that we run on the channel, we call our landing rate raffle. That one is the one that you would enter with the... yeah, Stu is on in the background, and we're already saying he's up and streaming.
You are clear to the Kansas City International Airport.
Kind of monitoring his stream on the other channel here.
And the
so there's our center controller.
Arrival. I think that's the one you requested, correct?
You want to kind of see what's going on from both sides of the equation. There you go. The other raffle that we have going on, and you'll be able to get an entry in when we are established on our approach into Washington Reagan, that's called our landing rate raffle. And when we get established on that approach, we'll let you know when it's time to put some predictions in terms of feet per minute at the moment the wheels touch runway surface, and the closest predictor will get an entry into that landing rate raffle. Now, the alphabets one, we pull toward the end of the odd-numbered months. The landing rate raffle, we draw a winner toward the end of the even-numbered months. The landing rate raffle will be coming up next, and that'll be on Tuesday, April the 29th, that we'll select that winner, but you don't need to be here to win. You do simply need to be here during the approach in order to get your guess in, and that is, if you're closest, and then that is how you'll get that entry into that landing rate raffle. The prizes, by the way, if your name does come out of the fishbowl on April the 29th, or toward the end of May when we do the alphabets one next, prizes are pretty nice. We got Slant Alpha Adventures merch, and I will ship any one of these items to you of your choice at my cost. It is our Slant Alpha t-shirt, ball cap, mouse pad, coffee mug, or tote bag. If you don't want any of that garbage, you can choose some garbage of your own. If you want a gift card to Amazon.com, we've also got gift cards to xplane.org store or simmarket.com, so you can choose any single item off of the prize vault list here if you happen to be our winner. Again, the landing rate raffle on April the 29th, and then the alphabets raffle will be drawn toward the end of May. Normal show schedule for us is Tuesdays and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. And the full show schedule is available right down under the About tab or over on our Discord server, the Discord server link on the lower right-hand side of your screen. I feel like from this range we would get sucked right into that engine. By the way, of course, as a Maryland homer, I am flying the Maryland 1 livery. This trip, by the way, this tonight's stream is kind of a fantasy trip from San Antonio back up to Washington Reagan, as I would have hoped that the Maryland Terrapins men's basketball team would be making their way home after a successful run to the men's basketball national championship. It didn't quite work out that way. They survived exactly the number of rounds I expected they would. Made it to the Sweet 16, and then lost their athletic director and their head coach and their star player. But the new head coach that they picked up seems pretty promising, so we'll see what next season holds for us. But anyway, so as a Maryland homer, as we are live from Studio 5 here just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Maryland homer, we're flying the Maryland 1 livery for Southwest Airlines and fantasizing that we had the Maryland Terrapins men's basketball team heading back from San Antonio with the Final Four just concluded yesterday on up to Washington Reagan, and I happen to know in the real world they typically fly out of BWI up in Baltimore when they travel, but again for tonight, just kind of doing some fantasizing, and we'll see how we do in terms of that Mount Vernon visual into runway 1 at Washington Reagan. Would have hoped to do that river visual to runway 19. That's always the more fun, more challenging one, but all good. It's always fun to try and, don't be crabby, right? 26.2, yeah, exactly. I'm a Marylander, I'm always crabby. But always fun to come into DCA. Busy airport, even on VATSIM. And challenging from either direction, just a little bit more challenging in that southbound direction, I like to think. Stanley 44 back with us. Haven't seen you in a little bit, but hope all's been well. And Lauren is checking into the chat as well. Southwest of DCA was always a sacrilege to me. I still remember ATA and AirTran at those current gates. Yeah, Southwest has what they call the banjo terminal, which is literally shaped like a banjo. It's down there, the Alpha terminal, Alpha gates, down there on the very south end, the little dangly piece at the bottom end. The 26.2 had some sea spiders today. Now, were they like snow crabs, or were they legit Maryland blue crabs? There's a difference.
Number 378 Juliet Romeo in.
And of course, I'm down on the coast, where we're very, very big on our fishing community and seafood community, and people come into town looking for a buffet where they're serving snow crab legs, and we're like, snow crabs? Get out of here with that. That doesn't count. And I say all this with a smirk, an extra smirk, because I personally don't eat seafood. I don't eat fish, I don't eat shellfish. And the joke was, when I lived up in the Baltimore region, the joke was, if they found out that if the Baltimore community found out that I don't drink beer and I don't eat crabs, they would kick me out of the city. Well, they did. And now we live down on the Eastern Shore, which is even more of a beer-drinking, seafood-eating community. So, jokes on that. Oh, king crab? Yeah. Still not the same thing. But I know it was in spirit. Yeah, National Bohemian. Natty Bo, brother. Natty Bo there, hon. Stanley 44 says, Maryland has the best beer from the land of pleasant living. Charm City, as they call it. I don't know how charming it is these days, but I mean, it wants to be. It does. It really wants to be. But down here on the shore, man, we have the life. I still work full time, but my wife and I are very much living like we're retired. Kids are flown and grown. Down here with the dogs. Frequenting our favorite bars and restaurants. And by frequenting, I can't probably overstate that. We're having a good time, though. Yeah, 26.2, I know. You're a New Englander. You gotta have that lobster. I saw a Facebook post today, 26.2, that I think, yeah, no, I'm not a beer drinker, Stanley. I drink just about anything else, and I put that to the test frequently. But no beer for me. Never acquired that taste. 26.2, I saw a post I thought you'd appreciate, a Facebook post I thought you'd appreciate. I don't know if I can find it up, but maybe I can do it justice verbally. I'll try. It said, if you're in Texas and you can't find your khakis, you lost a pair of pants. If you're in Boston and you can't find your khakis, then you don't know how to start your car. I hope I might have butchered it a little bit. I think I telegraphed the joke just a little bit with the pronunciation, but I hope it did okay with that.
Exit 235, contact tower
Kingfish.
120.9.
Why did I tab back to us talking about pants? Yeah, that was probably a pretty bizarre one to come into the middle of. If you need the context, we were making fun of Boston and how they talk. Really all you need to know. That's our Southwest 514. Am I able to step out for a couple?
South 514, let me know on your back.
Okay, thank you. All right, friends, be back for a little liquid recycling and talk to you in just a bit.
FedEx 1014, Memphis Center is closed. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Delta 2123, Cleveland Center is closed. Radar service terminated. Frequency change approved.
Roger. Switch in for Delta 2123. Have a good night.
Center, good evening. Allegiant 3199, climbing through flight level 315, 18 miles southeast of Owensboro.
3199, Indy Center, radar contact. Welcome aboard.
Center Southwest 514 back.
Welcome back.
Dr. Monocles here says, excuse me, I was born in Boston. I don't appreciate the jokes. Never mind, I moved when I was 6 to Arizona. I don't have an accent. Got another Boston rant for you guys in a minute. 26.2 Yeah, it says, unlike other people from Boston, when I lose my khakis, I didn't lose my pants, and I won't be able to stop my car. Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, Hype Kingfish, the sound set's pretty awesome. Again, I'm not a big, yeah, we did a little of that. 26.2. I'm not a big sound nerd, but it definitely did enhance the experience. So, well worth it. In fact, you know, we were saying earlier that the sound set, gosh, you know, 15 Australian, it's less than, at least for today, you know, who knows what the economy holds, but for today, that translated to less than $10 US. So very good value for relatively little expense. Yeah, the wind-up of the engines. We noticed it taxiing out more than anything else, actually. The winding up and down of the engines and the sound of the tires rolling across the pavement was very different than what we have experienced in this plane before. Very, very nice. Very nice effect. Alright, so I saw YouTube. It was a YouTube or it was a Facebook reel or something. It was kind of long, but so I think it was on YouTube, and I can't remember how I came across it. But they were talking about the movie Good Will Hunting, which of course was Matt Damon and Ben Affleck's breakout hit that they both wrote and starred in, and they were just railing on how terrible the dialogue is, which I don't agree with. And they said in particular, the one example, and it kills me that they're hanging this, what really to me was a great, like, era-defining movie, on this one particular line, and it's the line where the Matt Damon character, whose name happens to be Will Hunting, so Will is leaving the bar. He's just talked to the girl, and he's got the girl's phone number, and he's going back to tease the guy that was bullying him a little bit, and he knocks on the window and he says, "Do you like apples?" And the dude's like, "What? Do you like apples?" Yeah. Well, I got a number. How you like them apples? And they're railing on this. It's like, that's the stupidest dialogue ever, because what are you going to do if the guy says no? You've ruined your whole joke. You've ruined your whole setup. You can't even, you know, it's like, what are you going to say? Oh, sorry, you don't like apples. That's a shame. And it was the dumbest reason to hate a movie that I had ever heard, because I've said for years before I even saw this video, the brilliance of that punchline is it works whether he says yes or no. Hey, do you like apples? No. Well, I got a number. How you like them apples? It works just fine. So, anyway, if you see that video, tell that guy he's wrong. Slant Alpha said the line works either way. Agree? Disagree? No? No opinions? No one has anything to say about that. All right. I'm on an island. That's fine. Used to it. Alright, for those of you, man, I gotta... It's... Exactly. Yeah, thank you. That one went over exactly like a... exactly like this. Alright, anyway... for those of you joining late, we're flying into Washington, Reagan. We are currently eastbound through Indianapolis Center's airspace. We're getting ready to hand it off to Washington Center and to Potomac Approach, assuming those guys stay on for us. We are on the TRUPS 5 arrival. We've already kind of paged through the FMC to make sure that all these restrictions did indeed import in with the arrival. All the restrictions, both altitude and speed, are there. And since we are landing north at Washington, Reagan, I guess we should make sure that hasn't changed. Information Golf 3013, Mount Vernon 1. Okay, so that is all the same. So that means we're going to be turning this way, right? Because landing 1 is on this branch. So we also verified that after Trups, it is these points. Let's Roll, and then Victory, and then Hero, and not these ones. Freedom, Stand Together, and 30. Oh, come on, Putz to B56. Well, we'll try not to, but the dangerous point for us is not going to be on the arrival. It's going to be on the go around in case we have to go around here. So we'll just do our best to not have to go around. We have the ILS to runway 1 loaded in, and we've fully briefed it, and we've got the frequency and course tuned, the missed approach frequency and course tuned, missed approach altitude 2200,
just like you're gonna come back,
minimum's 214. We've all got that all into the
just reach out to me,
panels and everything else. We verified that it's all in the FMC. Oh, by the way, I did not verify the leg after the runway, so we've got to verify this GTN NDB at 2200. So that's the one thing. Can't maintain visual separation with the moment. Try not to hit the pointy thing.
Copy. He wasn't online seconds ago. He must have just come up, and I was just on the edge of his airspace.
Yeah, so Georgetown NDB at 2200. So all that's in there correctly. And I'm going to knock the range down 1 just to declutter a little bit. And we're coming up on the boundary between Indy and Washington, by the way. That's the dotted line that we put in was just off of this point. Ridgey? What was it called? Yeah, no, hopefully not. So we got the rings around the airport to indicate where we should start configuring for arrival and where we should be fully configured for arrival. But on the next page here, it's called Higgy, and it's an approximation of the boundary between Indy and Washington. So we should be getting that handoff here any moment.
14, contact Washington Center, 133.72.
3372, Southwest 514. We'll see you. As if on cue, guys, right? Washington Center, Southwest 514, level 370.
South 514, Washington.
Alright, so we verified all the points are in, and we have the ILS to runway 1 loaded and briefed. However, what we are going to more likely be assigned is the Mount Vernon visual to runway 1. That is what the ATA says we're going to do. It does use the same points, Katrin and Baden, as guidelines, 2516, and lo and behold, 2516. So it's all the same. It's just that instead of using the electronic guidance, you're going to be mostly using the river as your guidance into the runway. So it is a visual, charted visual approach procedure. But the ILS does give you some good backup and sanity. It's just easier for the controllers. They don't have to worry about intercepting you at a 30-degree angle. They can literally put you onto this from wherever you happen to see any of these points from. So they don't have to worry about swinging you way out and then a shallow intercept angle. They can just point you in the right direction. Hey, do you see the river? Yep, okay, follow the river, cleared visual approach.
Send a power discretion, maintain 240 to the rate call for.
So, all right, well, we've got the raid coming in from Eric Flight. So just a moment, I will kind of start that recap over and let you guys know what we are doing. We just got handed from Indy Center to Washington Center, and we are flying the 737-700 series from PMDG. Yes, I know it's called Slant Alpha Adventures, but we're doing a lot more modern airliner flying on this channel than we used to. So it is a Slant Lima adventure. We also have the Boris Audio Works sound pack installed for this aircraft starting today. Very good value. This worked out to being under $10 US, at least today, until our economy crashes. But a good value as of today, and really it has enhanced the experience here in the PMDG 737. Maryland 1 livery, Homer livery. Again, a bit of a fantasy flight. We're pretending we're flying the Maryland Terps home from San Antonio after their national championship in terms of men's basketball. That didn't happen, but we're just we've got active imaginations on this channel. But thanks for everybody who came over with Eric Flight, and Eric, thanks for the raid. But we're flying into DC. We are getting ready to get cleared down on this TRUPS 5 arrival. We have verified all these points have correctly imported into the FMC. We know that we're going to be landing on runway 1, so that we're going to be taking this fork southbound, and then we're going to get turned onto the, basically put you on a downwind leg, and they'll turn you northbound off of the downwind.
14, descend via the Troops 5 arrival landing north, watch now, altimeter 3013.
Alright, Troops 5 landing north, 3013, Southwest 514. Okay, so this now gives us what? It gives us 6,000 feet. We've got lower altitudes on the approach, but we haven't been cleared for the approach. We've only been cleared for the troops arrival. I was been saying TRUPS, he said troops. Probably troops is what was intended, so we'll go with that. So the lowest altitude we can go to as of right now is 6,000 feet. Alright, when we hit our top of descent point, it's going to automatically put us down there. We're just over 40 miles away from it. We'll spin this down to 6. Yeah, a lot of them are military themed. It should have, you know what, it should have made sense to me, Lauren, but, you know, sometimes you see something and you see something different than someone else looking at the same thing sees. Recently, on one of our controlling streams up at BWI, had a conversation with a real-world Avelo pilot that was flying as a virtual Avelo flight, and he was calling one of the newer departures out of BWI the Dupkin up departure, and I had no idea he was a real-world guy. I just said, hey, by the way, because it was a fairly slow night, I was like, hey, by the way, that departure that you're saying, it's the duck pin. It's a variation on bowling that's popular here in Baltimore. And he's like, you know, it's funny you say that. I'm a real-world Avelo guy, and I've been saying that Dupkin ever since they published it.
Mr. Pitt, M-R-P-I-T. Mr.
You know, leave it to the pretend controller to school you on the procedure name. Anyway, we got all that verified. We are bending down to this point, Rill and Hero, and then
it's on
we'll be turning northbound to join. We've got the briefed. We've got this approach briefed. The ILS are located to runway 1, but it is the Mount Vernon visual to runway 1 that we will most likely be assigned. And again, we were just saying it allows him to get us onto the approach in a much more aggressive manner. He doesn't have to bring us all the way down to the south and put us on a 30-degree intercept to final. He can get us onto this approach from wherever, as long as we see one of the visual elements on the chart. So it just allows the controllers a little more flexibility in how they get everybody sequenced in and lined up.
1387. Just make sure you're looking on the lake, not the route. It might be buried in a route segment on the airway there, but the fix is MRPIT. It's in the flight plan you had filed there. You should have it.
We did. I think we just.
We'll look for it.
It is information. Golf 340 at 10. We'll check in with Golf here as soon as we start descending. 3013. I think I've already.
208 Golf Bravo. Cross
yeah, 3013 indeed. Let's go ahead and give a passenger briefing. 10 knot winds, so light to moderate winds. It was very windy and gusty today in the mid-Atlantic region, so it looks like it's calmed down somewhat. Temperature 6 translates to low to mid-40s and clear skies. Let's jump up top. We'll go ahead and get our seatbelt signs back on. Greetings from the flight deck. We have just turned on the fasten seatbelt signs. We're getting ready to start our descent into Washington here in just a few moments, so we do ask that you return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. The weather there is in the low to mid-40s with light to moderate winds coming out of the north and clear skies. The gusty winds from earlier today seem to have calmed down, so hopefully you'll have a nice, comfortable visit to our nation's capital. We expect to be on the ground in just about 30 minutes, and we will give you an update update to you if anything changes, but otherwise we hope that you enjoy the rest of your flight and get that seatbelt nice and tightly fastened for us as we make our arrival into Washington, D.C. Thanks again for flying with us on Southwest Airlines. Alright, so we're starting to see these points come in. Again, as the map gets cluttered, we just knock the map range down one.
Washington Center Southwest 1387. Confirm you said Mr. Pitts was after docks.
Yeah, after Delta Alpha Whiskey Tango Sierra dots. After that, the way you had it filed was dots direct Mr. Pitt, and then Q409. So Mr. Pitt's where you're joining the airway at. So Mr. Pitt, Mike Romeo Papa India Tango. So Mr. Pitt, then Q409 Sisu.
My FMC is saying that after dots is Bravo Echo November Tango Zulu.
So what you're saying is the FMC isn't set to the same thing you were cleared to.
Probably 2 or 3 fixes after that. That fix is still on your departure that you're on. So just look a couple fixes after that.
So the other thing we'll do real quick, since we have a moment, let's go ahead and rebrief the approach. Again, I'm rebriefing the ILS, knowing that we're going to end up switching over to the visual, but we're briefing the ILS just as a backup plan.
For Southwest 1387, do you see the fix Sisu in the list there? Sierra
So
Echo,
frequency
Sierra
is 1099, course is 007, that's set. Missed approach frequency
Negative,
is
sorry.
the DCVOR 111 and 325, we have that set. Missed approach altitude is going to be 2,200. We'll get that set into the panel once we are capturing final. V speeds.
5 dots, direct Mr. Pitt.
134 is our V ref, so 139 will be our V approach. That's what we'll bug.
Does that match
final.
You think you have?
Minimum's 214 again for the ILS. Ceiling and visibility not a factor. 10 statute miles clear. Wind is what do we say? 340. So a minor left to right crosswinds. The turnoff will be a left turn. We're gonna turn back to this this terminal down here at the south end. So I'm gonna put in a fairly aggressive auto brake. The shorter we stop, the less we have to taxi back. So we're gonna put in a fairly aggressive. I don't know if I'm gonna go max, but we can do an auto brake 3 there, and then a left turn if we go missed, and then left turn off the runway if we make it down successful. Okay, if we have started our descent.
Page 1, page 2, and then look in there, and you should see either Mr. Pitt or Sisu from your legs if that flight plan loaded up for you.
Sector Vector stopping into the chat. Hello, how are you? Good to see you. Alright, so our approach briefing is done.
That's exactly what I'm doing, but I do not see Mr. Pitt.
Hit the route button and hit route, and then tell me what you see.
This is getting excruciating to listen to be honest.
Okay, I hit the route button, but all I see is after dots, it's Bravo Echo November Tango Zulu. That's what I see.
So it sounds like you never loaded the arrival in.
It's Alpha 1387. Do you have the Looney 1 arrival? Did you load the arrival yet?
Yes, I did.
Doesn't sound like it.
And so if you, on that route page, if you hit next, how many pages does it say you have in there? Like 1 out of 3 or something?
Yeah.
What do you see if you go hit next? So page 2 out of 3, what does it say?
Not the one I gotta up the volume of.
It's 2 out of 4, and it says after I see Looney, and after that it's Leon.
Okay, so go back to your legs page, hit legs, and then go to the next page, and I don't know how many pages of legs you're going to have. There's probably not that many, maybe 4 or so, 5 maybe, but go to legs and then go through all the legs pages and see if you see any of those fixes. Sisu, I can jack this close, I can give you direct eSense as well if you'd like that. So just see if you see a Sisu or an eSense in there.
I know, this is pretty excruciating. It's really just a function of when you load an arrival in, it behooves you to look at the arrival and be familiar with the points that are on it, so that when you get it direct to somewhere, you kind of know what you've seen.
Now maintain flight level 320.
Washington Center, Southwest 1387, we can go direct descent.
Okay, Southwest 1387, clear direct descent. Maintain flight level 320.
Yeah, Dr. Monaco, yeah, it is nice to see the controller taking the extra time to walk him through it. That is just a function of the fact that there's not a lot of activity happening in the airspace right now. This is a level of hand-holding that wouldn't always be possible. But kudos to our controller, and this is one of my colleagues in ZDC, and as a matter of fact, he's the training administrator, I believe, or is he the air traffic manager at this point? He's one of the staff members. I think he's the ATM at this point. But yeah, no, he's doing a bang-up job, setting a great example. It's just it's hard to hear the lacking preparation from the pilot standpoint, especially given my position on the staff right now. It's hard to hear it, you know. Hopefully it's an experience that the young man will learn from, though. I mean, that's the upshot. The positive is it's somebody who's doing their best to try and learn it, right?
Southwest 514, contact time approach 119.85. Good night.
1985, Southwest 514, we'll see you.
DC Center, Southwest 1336, with you for 340. Southwest 1336, Washington.
Oh, yeah, it's a youngin' for sure.
240.
Youngin' for sure, doing his best, and like I said, the upshot is that hopefully it's experience that'll learn from. Well, Troops 5, landing north, and we're 244, okay. Technical approach Southwest 514, we're 242 via the Troops 5, landing north. We got information, golf on board.
Touch at 268, 3 miles from Eston.
That's not me.
3,000 still steps and localizer cleared, ILS runway 1 right approach.
Maintain 2,000 still established, cleared ILS 1 right, take a jet 268.
Southwest 514, Potomac approach, give me welcome aboard. It is hotel 10-3015, Washington landing north.
All right, 3015 now. We'll fetch hotel and landing north, Southwest 514. Thanks. All right, so south 3015. Fetch hotel. Doesn't sound like there's any significant changes. 3015. 350 at 8 now. Temperatures dropped a little bit. Winds dropped a little bit. Winds a little bit more in line with the runway, so it should be a little bit easier than what we were planning on.
Exit at 268, Dulles wind 320 at
so
8,
we got hotel.
Runway 1 right, clear to landing, full length.
Yeah, Dr. Monaco, who does this for real, by the way, says, I've had to spell out to pilots in real life that I want to fly just direct a fix, and even that is extremely infuriating. This, in real life, I'm calling my supervisor and making sure the dude has a real cert. Yeah, right?
335, go ahead.
Yes, sir. It is Delta, Colonel Richmond, wind 3607, visibility 10 miles, clear skies, altimeter 3013, landing north, runways 2 and 34, when able, state approach request.
That's 335, we have Delta requesting the ILS 3.
We're still 3,000 feet above transition, however, because it's significantly different than standard, I'm going to go ahead and switch it now. And that'll allow the FMC a little bit more time to adjust for the altimeter change there and get back on the path. Yeah, no, it was a good interaction in terms of the controller really going out of his way to help, which was nice to hear. Which part of it is he knows me and he knows I'm streaming. Possibly. I mean, he's generally that helpful, regardless, again, time permitting, which is not always the case. But again, it really exposed a lack of preparation on the pilot's part, but I hope that it's something that he learned from and will be better prepared next time. Alright, coming down through 18. Another check of the fuel config, everything good. Nice and balanced.
Delta 4116, ready for departure, runway 1.
Delta 4116, thank you. Wind 3308, runway 1 DCA, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 1, Delta 4116.
Alright, we're officially through 18 now. We're on the local altimeter setting, 3015.
Southwest 514, expect Mount Vernon visual approach, runway 1.
I'll expect Mount Vernon visual approach, runway 1, Southwest 514. Which we kind of already knew because we got the ATIS saying that arrivals were to expect that. However, they are landing and departing 133. So there's the off chance that they would assign us runway 33. Typically as a 737. Probably not, but we're the baby Boeing, 700 rather than the 800. And we still technically could get changed to it on final.
87% with departure, hello.
It is a normal thing.
Altimeter 3015, push on the kilo approved, call for taxi, expect runway 1.
But yeah, good of him just to confirm that that is our approach assignment. Yeah, maybe they'll give us the change to 3-3 just for the funsies of it. If they do, by the way. The standard execution on that is brake at the bridge and then a left base. So you kind of follow the river up until that point, and then at the bridge you end up on that left base. Kind of unlikely that he'd do that to us, but A, you never know if we're following close behind somebody. He might do it just to give us the extra couple miles. Or if he's watching the stream and just wants to make me sweat. I'll tell you what, if he changes us to 3-3, we'll have to knock the auto brake up to max. It's doable, it's just, it's going to be a little... So 7,100 feet if we're on runway 1. That's right, it's 52 if we're on runway 33. So it's the same length, and it's slightly longer than what you have in Key West.
Passing 2,500.
Which we did,
thank you. Clear direct
which we did recently.
Maintain flight level 210.
Extra brake pads, sector vectors, we'll make it work. We'll deploy all 4 reversers rather than just the 2. Now, I'll tell you what, guys. Now that I've teased all this, you guys are going to need to factor that possibility into your guesses in terms of the landing rate. If we end up changing to 3-3, I'm going to have to put it down kind of firm.
Central 268, left Juliet 1 to Jet Center. Thank you for flying.
Left on Juliet 1 to the FBO. Thanks, Jet 268. Thanks, Esther. Help you have a great day.
You too. Cheers. Thanks for traffic.
Yeah, 26.2, it's fine, man. I generally get the gist of it. It happens to me, too. It's all good. Looks like we're looking at Dulles Airport right there. And down here to the south should be us. A little bit of haze here, so a little bit hard to see. Coming down through 10 though. What's it want? Unable 250 at Rill, probably because it needs to go slower. Oh. Unable 250 at Rill because there's that page where we're configured for speed under 10 at 240. So that's fine. It's going to put us at 240. That'll be close enough. Coming down through 10 though, it wants us to add some drag with that in a minute. Get all the forward-facing lights on. Whoops, not ground start. Continuous ignition. Forward-facing lights on, continuous ignition on. I'm going to go ahead and get the... we'll get the spoilers armed, but if we end up needing to use them...
Set jet 335, descend and maintain 900,000.
Then obviously we'll have to rearm them afterwards.
Maintain 900,000 and set jet 335.
Let's go ahead and alert our cabin crew.
Delta 4116, contact wash center 133.72.
133.72, Delta 4116.
Do you have a tower controller? No, we're just going to be with Potomac all the way in. Got the map range down 1 here.
Set jet 335, heading 160, vector downwind, descend and maintain 6,000.
Yep, passing over the just south of Dulles Airport. (8,000 feet), so well clear above the arrivals and departures there. Okay, we didn't end up having to add any drag. It's got the vertical path and the speed pretty well managed here, so we're doing all right.
Approach Delta 5687, requesting taxi.
Delta 5687, runway.
Now there's the river.
Taxi at Kilo 2 Juliet, cross runway 4 Juliet.
Kilo Juliet, cross runway 4 at Juliet for runway 1 Delta 5687.
Traffic out to our right, but it looked like it was well above us. Okay, so it's now we're not going to be able to see it. All right, friends. Well, with the caveat that we may end up getting switched on the runway 33 just for the memes. Start putting in some predictions as to the vertical descent rate at the moment the wheels touch runway surface. On this channel, you don't need to put a bot command in for that, just a number into the chat with or without the minus sign. We do understand that you mean a descent rate, whether you put a negative sign or not.
When able state approach request, we've got ILS visual, and RNAV approaches to runways 28 and 33 left.
Alright, I'll submit it to 3014.
And we'll see how we do. We'll see whether our approach controller wants to,
if possible,
you know what, with us tonight, and we'll see whether we can put it down either nice and gently on runway 1 or maybe not so gently on runway 33. We'll see what happens.
Southwest 1336, send me the Trish 4, expect ILS 33 left.
We'll expect ILS 33 left, Southwest 1336.
Set jet 335, descend and maintain 3,000.
Hype Kingfish, I don't know. We're at DCA, man. I don't know if I can offer butter. And I got to remember, if we get changed, I want to bump that auto brake up one all the way to max here.
Southwest 514, reduce speed to 210 knots, then descend and maintain 3,000.
Alright, slow it to 210 and then 3,000, Southwest 514.
Potomac departure, good evening, United 688 with Lima, request taxi. United 688 Potomac departure, hello, Hayes Lima is current, the Dulles altimeter 3015, runway 30, taxi via Delta Zulu Yankee 11. 30 via Delta Zulu, Yankee 11, United 688.
Alright, we're going to go one more notch of flaps.
Southwest 514, heading 180.
Heading 180, Southwest 514. I definitely see a river. Expedite the descent just a little bit.
This is Jet 335, descend to maintain 2000.
Descend to maintain 2000, Jet 335.
It's at the Wilson, yeah, there's the airport and there's the Wilson Bridge there. What's the turboprop sound in the background, 747 guy? I don't hear it. We do have what's called the Boris Audio Works sound pack for the airplane, so it might be a little bit different than the sounds you're used to hearing in the PMDG 737-700, but I'm not quite hearing a turbo. What I would think of as a turboprop sound, I'm not quite hearing that. An equipment fan or just the air, maybe, says Dr. Monaco.
Southwest 514, turn left heading 060, advise the river.
060, we got the river in sight, Southwest 514.
Southwest 514, thank you. Cleared Mount Vernon visual approach, runway 1.
Alright, clear for the Mount Vernon visual approach, runway 1, Southwest 514. Alright. We'll let it swing around. We're cleared for the approach. Speed's now our discretion.
5687, wind
We're going to pull it to 170.
Clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff. That's a 5687.
Gonna keep the heading coming around. I'll tell you what. Let's make it my airplane, huh?
Delta 688 on departure, flight heading 330, wind 320 runway 30 Dallas Cliff takeoff.
2500.
330, clear for takeoff 30, United 688.
Alright. Cabin crew, I guess, a long time ago said that they were...
514, landing runways 1 and 33, when able to stay runway request.
You're going to leave it up to me, huh?
Southwest 514, circle east to runway 33, clear to land.
Alright, we'll circle east at the bridge, runway 33, and clear to land 33, Southwest 514. Alright, here we go, guys. $2,200 is our missed approach altitude.
Delta 5687, stand by. You said Jet 335.
Approach, that's my name. Yeah, well, I know the guy. I've drank with the guy, so.
335. Delta 5687, radar contact, sail 2 pass.
Jasker is with us. You're gonna watch us. You're gonna watch us botch the circle to runway 33 here.
Delta 5687, roger.
Enjoy.
Maintain flight level 190, clear direct Swan.
All right, let's go flaps 15. Let's get the speed down to 170. With 134, 139 is the. Yeah, let's get some gear down.
Jet 335, heading 310, join the runway 34 localizer.
310, join the localizer, exit 335.
Okay, at the bridge, break off to the east.
Southwest 1336, flight heading 180, vector approach, descend and maintain 4000.
180, vector approach down to 4000, Southwest 1336.
We're within 4. Landing flaps. The approach.
Jet 335, 4 miles from Jopo, fly present heading, maintain 2000, still established on localizer, cleared ILS runway 34 approach, Richmond.
2000, still established, clear ILS runway 34, exit 335.
Watch the speed. Turned it a little short. It came back up a little high.
United 688, 2.8. United 688, radar contact, turn right heading 010, wind of a clear direct Reagan National departure, climb maintain flight level 190. 010, Reagan and 190,
clear to land.
United 688.
Alright, friends. Got it worked out as best as we can. Kind of, yeah, I was gonna say, I'm guessing on the vertical profile a little bit looks like we might be just a touch high.
400.
Okay.
300.
Got that sorted out.
Approaching minimums.
Jet 335, Richmond, wind 360 runway 34, clear to land.
200
clear to land,
minimums.
exit 335.
Clear landing. Evan, help us.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20.
Southwest 1336, heading 220, vector ILS 33 left approach, descend and maintain 3000.
Heading 220, vector ILS 33 left approach.
Cancel
down to
reversers.
3000, Southwest
Manual
1336.
braking. Yeah, put it down a little firm like I said we would, but here we are. And plenty of runway.
Southwest 514, welcome to Washington, left Lima, join Kilo to the gate, thanks for flying.
Alright, Lima, Kilo to the gate, Southwest 514, thanks man.
Thank you, beautifully done.
Mostly.
Delta 5687, contact Wash Center 133.72.
Alright, flaps, spoilers.
133.72 for Delta 50.
Landing lights, forward facing lights.
Good night, Southwest 1336.
APU on,
off,
continuous ignition off.
3000, reduce speed to 180.
Back to the,
1336.
back to the steady. Probe heats off.
Clear direct Swan, United 688.
Reset the minimums. Flight directors off. Weather off. Terrain off. Auto brake off. And TA and RA off. Did I catch all of it? Get the windscreen heat off too. That's extra, but we can go ahead and do it now. Flaps and spoilers.
1336 heading 240, vector
Probe
base.
heat, windscreen, continuous ignition, weather and terrain, flight director, auto brake, minimums.
240, vector base down to 2,500.
TARA, landing. Yeah, we got it all. Yeah, the springs needed a little bit of stacking and shacking. That's all right. Yeah, we're happy to oblige our friends over in the maintenance department. Yeah, I registered slightly on the firm side, but I kind of knew I wasn't going to have a lot of room to finesse it. And not egregious. I mean, you know, wasn't firm enough to break anything, I don't think.
Southwest 1336, 6 miles is flat, turn right heading 300, maintain 2,500 till establishment localizer cleared island.
Oh, come on. Crunch. That was totally your fault. Somebody get that guy's tag number.
3,000.
Did I get the taxi light off already?
Heading 300.
Okay, yeah, APU is already fired up.
2,500, cleared island, 33 left approach, Southwest 1336.
Okay, not quite seeing the angle I'm supposed to be coming into this gate at, but that's alright. We'll just put it right here. Okay, no, friends. No, it was not hard enough to set off the ELT. It was not hard enough to bruise the EGO either. Let's go. Taxi light off. APU buses on. Let's get the APU bleed on. So now we are providing our own electricity and air conditioning.
Southwest 1336, Baltimore wind 2709, runway tree left.
Come down here and shut the engines off.
Southwest 1336.
Up top, we'll shut the rest of the fuel pumps down except for the left inner. Hydro pumps, that's the step that I always miss there. And OPACs can come off as well. Anti-collision. Wheel well lights can come on. They're going to do a little bit of a gear and suspension inspection, but it won't be too bad. Everything worked out okay. Seat belts and chimes, they can come off. Let's get down here and go over to some ground services. Get the chalk set and ground power and air conditioning. Come back here, we get all the doors and hatches open. Go ahead down here and zero out the transponder.
Yeah, this is 688. Do you want us with center?
Into a standby.
Yeah, it's 688. I was waiting for a handoff. Contact Wash Center 133.
Up top, we can get the ground power on. So we now have ground power. We now have ground AC. We can get the APU bleed off and the APU off. No, not start. Off. There we go. And that final fuel pump can come off as well. Let us take a peek at my predictions first, and then we will see how you did with yours.
United 924, the ATIS Lima push.
So I had said we were going to be down here at
departure. Hello at Dulles.
11:55. Wow, we really now we were airborne about 10 minutes early, but it looks like we might have saved about 10 minutes.
Roger, we'll call you short of Zulu with 30.
In the
yeah, 924. I will be closing.
Am I looking at the wrong thing? Oh yeah, no, 11:55 here, and should have 8,500 pounds left. Oh wow, we got a lot of fuel left. we were very, very much more fuel efficient, time efficient and fuel efficient than we expected to be. I expected there must have been some sort of a massive tailwind. I wasn't really paying attention, but we wound up with a lot more extra fuel. But I have a feeling there's an explanation for that that's not to do with my planning numbers. My planning numbers are typically pretty good in terms of flight time and fuel estimates in this aircraft, so I'm going to guess it's just a tailwind that I didn't account for in the calculation. But that's okay. We would rather have extra than not enough, so all good there. All right, well, let's look at your predictions. Well, as I said, I did have to put it down a little more firmly than I normally do because of the parameters I was working with. 303 is what registered. But again, I thought overall the execution of that wasn't too bad, and I'm not at all ashamed of it. Just might have thrown off the competition just a little bit because we had the Dr. Monocle at 212. We had 162, 143, 88, 188, 122, and 220. Yeah, it didn't seem too heavy to me since long. Yeah, no, I felt it was appropriately firm given the parameters I was working with. So who guessed the highest? Is that Heisenberg? Do I see any that are higher than 220? Guys, let me know if I'm missing one. It looks like Heisenberg at 220 is going to get the win there. Give me a shout if you think I've botched that one. But Heisenberg, as far as I can tell, was our winner. It is KDCA. It is April the 8th. And there you go. I took your word for it. There you go. All right, very good, guys. Well, thanks very much. Let's go ahead and finish up the shutdown, and we'll talk about what's coming up next on the stream. Let's come back over to our flow list here. Not a whole lot else we need to do. We'll assume that everybody has made it off of the aircraft by this point. Let's go ahead and get the emergency lights unguarded and off. Yaw dampers can be shut off, and the IRS knobs can be shut off. The logo position and wheel well lights can come off. Ground power bus can come off. And the battery can come off. Let us hop down here, hold down menu, FS actions, and doors. We'll go ahead and close everything all. Of course, we would close the exterior door after we've left the aircraft. Yeah, we were in the middle of stuff there. FS actions, doors. So we obviously would close the exit door after we've left the aircraft. And then ground services, of course, would disconnect those, and the wheel chocks would remain just as they are. Okie doke, guys. Well, that'll do it for us, and we do appreciate all of you who rode along with us today. The PMDG 737 700 series with the
Baltimore, right Papa, left Echo to the gate. See ya.
Right Papa, left Echo to the gate, Southwest 1336. We'll see you. Thank you.
KSAT 335, welcome to Richmond. Where are you parking, sir? East or west?
Alright. We know it's not rigged this time because Kinney Monster's not here. Yeah, well.
It's not rigged, Kinney. You just lost.
You just weren't here. Anyway, so yeah, there we are. It is the Southwest 737 700 series with the Boris Audio Works sound pack. And yeah, it really did make a difference. And again, I'm not one that typically makes a lot of notice or a lot of noise about the sound pack that the airplane comes with. I think the sounds in the PMDG aircraft are actually very, very good, but I really did notice, as somebody who does not typically make a big deal of that kind of thing, it really did enhance the experience. So definitely well recommended add-on. Again, it's sold through Orbx. It is the Boris Audio Works PMDG 737 next generation sound sets for the 700 and the 800, and I don't know if it also is for the 500 or 600, but possibly. I would research that before you commit to it if that's what you prefer to fly, but it certainly works for the 700, and I know it does work for the 800, as I've seen that on some other streams as well. $15 Australian as of today was less than $10 US. So until our economy collapses, that is a fantastic value for what you get for it, and it really did make the plane sound nice, and the engines were, the engine roar was fantastic. So nice job, Boris Audio Works, on that, and hope you pick up a couple of sales from that. It was really nice, good experience to fly the plane today with that. All right, friends. Well, we have completed our service for the evening. We are going to be back with you on Friday. And what are we going to be doing with you on Friday? By the way, the normal show schedule is Tuesdays and Fridays at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. We do have the full show schedule underneath the About tab. It's also published over on our Discord server. The next one is going to be Friday the 11th, and it is the Navy Pier Night Out Friday Night Ops event hosted by Chicago. Now, a couple weeks ago, we flew the BAE 146 in the Northern Crossings Friday Night Ops event. We went from Buffalo to Midway to Minneapolis. Well, guess what? Chicago's hosting the FNO. Minneapolis is probably on. Cleveland's probably going to be on. Let's do that whole trip backwards. We'll start at Minneapolis. We'll stop at Midway again, and we'll head up head up the night by heading up to we'll shuffle off to Buffalo. Again, it's the Just Flight BAE 146, and yeah, we typically have flown that with just the old school analog radio-based navigation. However, the more time marches on, the more of those conventional nav airways disappear, the more we've just been tempted to learn that old ancient UNS-1 flight management system, very primitive flight management system on that Just Flight BAE 146. Timely for the period, and yeah, it's a fun little gadget. It's a perfect compromise between the roots of the channel here, which is slant alpha, that old school radio-based navigation, versus something that's RNAV capable but still in an old, primitive, kind of interesting and difficult to manage manner. It's actually not that difficult to manage now that I've gotten used to it, but it does have some quirks and some limitations, and part of the fun is learning how to cope with those limitations and still fly a modern airline, modern airway system with that plane. So we'll get to see that in action on Friday. Hope that you guys will stop back and see us and ride along. Again, 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time for that. And again, the full show schedule is underneath the About tab or over on our Discord server. The Discord server link is right down there on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, or will be momentarily, and you can jump in on that. If there was any point tonight that you were trying to say hi to me or had questions about anything that you saw or heard on the stream, then I do apologize if I did not interact with you on that. But don't take it personally, I just had my hands full. But you can always say hi over on our Discord server, ask any questions that you might have had about anything that you saw or heard. And like I said, it's a great community over there, and some folks who are very interested in helping new folks get onto the VATSIM network. So if you're one of those, you're kind of interested in what we do here with the realistic communications and procedures, but you're at a loss as to what to say to controllers or how to put routes together, how to read sectionals, our Discord's a great community to be in. We've also got that YouTube channel. Again, the link on the lower left-hand side of your screen will be reappearing here momentarily. But the YouTube channel is where we have a whole bunch of VATSIM tutorials. We've got a playlist, in fact, with that title, VATSIM Tutorials, over on that YouTube. Please feel free to check that out. All the topics that I just mentioned are covered there, plus more. And you can ask any questions you have about that material right there in the comments on those, or hunt us down on that Discord server like I was just mentioning. Across the bottom of that screen has been flashing an ad for Flight Sim Expo, just over 2 months away now in Providence, Rhode Island, June 27, 28, and 29. It's a 3-day massive, massive party. Although that's not the intent of it. The intent of it is to be a 3-day event where it's a conference and trade show. 1 day is nothing but brand new product announcements, and then they do 2 days where it's a massive trade show floor where you can see all kinds of products and services, hardware and software for flight simulation enthusiasts. Even some real-world pilot training resources are represented up there. There's also going to be a booth where VATSIM air traffic controllers are providing services live right there from the show floor, and myself, I will be one of those, and I'll be even live streaming right there from the show floor, providing the VATSIM ATC. So really great place to go if you're into flight simulation. Just a massive 3-day event geared just for you. FlightSimExpo.com is where you want to go to find out some more information on that, and I hope to see some of you out there. Please, guys, I haven't been saying this because the event's been a little bit far away, but I will say it now that we're getting down to almost the 2-month mark. For those of you who are attending that show, I am a fairly recognizable person. I'm a rather large fellow. You guys see my face all the time. You hear my voice all the time. I may not know who you are as you approach me. I don't care. Yell my name. Rob, Slant Alpha, whatever you want to yell. Get my attention. Make sure you know. Make sure I know that you're there. Make sure that I know how to connect your face with your username or however I know you. But I'm not shy about that at all. Come up and approach me wherever you see me. Give me a big shout. Give me a big hug. That is absolutely fine. Not at all out of bounds to do that if that's what you want to do. So if you see me, definitely announce your presence. Make sure I know that you're there. I'm happy. I'm not at all shy or finicky about meeting new people at these things. So come up to me wherever you see me. The only exception, as I will be, and this hasn't been fully announced yet, but I've been told I have permission to say it. I will be presenting another seminar on Saturday on the topic of VATSIM. We're going to call it VATSIM Myth Debunkers. So while I'm giving that presentation, that's the only time that you're not allowed to run up to me and throw your arms around me or shout my name out or whatever. Anytime other than that, it's fair game. So we'll give you more information on that once they release that speaker schedule in a couple of weeks. But very excited to hear that my seminar in the survey was very well received and people are interested to hear what I have to say about it. So looking forward to doing that. It'll be my third time speaking at the event, and so that'll be some fun, and that'll be something else that y'all can use to kind of track me down and say hi to me afterward. All right, well, that's all I've got to say about that for now, and other than that, we hope to see you on Friday, as I mentioned, okay? Who are we going to send this raid over to? Oh, we got one of our very favorite streamers has just fired up the stream, and her name is Ideological. She is a real-world CFII. She makes sure that she is extremely clear that her flight sim stream is not flight instruction, but she is always happy to share her knowledge, and she is very knowledgeable, but she's also extremely funny. So we'll say a good hello to our good friend Ideological, and tell her that Slant Alpha sends our love, and that we will hope to see you guys back here on Friday at 7 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, 2300 Zulu Time. In the meantime, guys, have a great rest of your week. Be happy, healthy, and safe in all of your travels and adventures between now and then. We're signing off live from Studio 5, just outside of Ocean City, Maryland. Take care, friends. Good night.